Things at Ola. Ola has become literally my second home. I've learned how to swim at Ola. I learned how to make my photography better. Ola has helped me raise my SAT scores.
In fact, Council President Herb Wesson, the Ola graduation keynote speaker, encouraged these recent grads to set their sights higher than they've ever imagined.
Barack Obama, African-American president. That means we can have a Latino president. That means we can have an Asian president. That means we can have a woman president.
Wearing ribbons around their necks that were hand-sewn by Ola parents, recent college graduates who are also Ola alums attended the ceremony, serving as role models to a younger generation of Ola kids. While many are the first in their families to graduate from high school and the first to go off to colleges, their younger brothers and sisters now have someone in the family to look up to. To learn about the Ola program, go to heartofla.org. And there are programs all over our city like Ola, whose goal is to help young people stay in school and beyond. And to do so, they need tools like computers. As Gil Reyes tells us, one such program recently got a much-needed boost when federal funding enabled them to open a new computer lab.
Now open in East Hollywood, a career source center and computer lab in one. City leaders hope students from nearby Bernstein High School will use it and use it often.
Finding a job, studying, doing your homework, this is an opportunity in an area that hasn't had a lot of technological resources to make sure through our stimulus money that all Americans have the chance to bridge that digital divide and to get the skills they need to succeed in our economy.
The Youth Policy Institute Computer Lab and Work Source Center is located on Santa Monica Boulevard, east of Gower. The computer section is funded by President Obama's Recovery Act, the Career Center funded by the City of LA's Community Development Department. It aims to lure the area's high school dropouts.
There'll still be services for students who are in school, so many of you, we hope to see you in the program, but really focusing on students who have dropped out of the schools in Hollywood, getting them back in school, getting them on a career path, getting them into post-secondary education.
It's one-stop shopping for those still in school and others who may have fallen through the cracks. Most of them didn't have regular access to the internet until now. In East Hollywood, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The computers are available to the public 7 days a week. And learning doesn't have to stop just because kids are on summer break. In fact, a new program is helping kids see the fun in learning by giving them passports to a successful summer of great activities that also challenge the mind. Anita Bennett reports.
Instead of spending the summer months playing and watching TV, these children plan to continue the learning process.
I could go to museums free and go to the museum instead of being home and sitting there all day.
That free museum pass comes courtesy of a new program for LAUSD students called Passport to Success.
We know for third graders, for sixth graders, everyone who does reading over the summer will do better in the coming year. Everyone who has support around them will do better in the coming year.
The program recently kicked off at Hoover Street Elementary. It's sponsored by a nonprofit called Families in Schools and Target Stores.
You deserve a quality education, regardless of who you are or where you come from. That's why Target is giving money to schools to help you learn and have fun at the same time.
To get started, each student is given a special passport listing activities to accomplish over the summer months.
You have this passport, fill it up. I think the greatest thing would be to have come back at the end of the summer, absolutely kicking it in your next school year, but you have all of the activities that you could have taken place in completely done.
It's something this little girl who led the flag salute plans to try.
What are you going to do this summer?
Read a lot so I could get more smarter, more smart.
And she already has several books in mind. I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
The mayor's office, the Los Angeles Public Library, as well as the LA Convention Center are all sponsors in the Passport to Success program. Some activities for kids include free tours of Los Angeles City Hall, taking part in reading clubs at the city's various library branches, and free educational boat tours at the Port of Los Angeles. Two approved operators are now offering kayaking trips on the LA River. LA's rail lines are extending their weekend operating hours, and an alleged slumlord is being sued by the city, but you may be surprised by who it is. These stories and more in City Beat. LA River enthusiasts are finally getting what they've long been asking for, to be able to kayak on the LA River. LA River Expeditions and the Conservation Corps recently announced several kayaking trips from late July to late September on the upper reach of the Los Angeles River in the San Fernando Valley. There had been limited tours as part of a pilot program. However, the tickets for the kayak tours quickly sold out due to an overwhelming response. Tours for school groups and underserved youths were set aside. To find out more, go to LARiverExpeditions.com. And as the demand increases for more trains and longer operating hours, Metro has announced its rail lines will now operate into the early morning hours on weekends beginning the last weekend in July. Riders on the red, blue, gold, purple, green, and Expo lines will be able to catch a train every 20 minutes until 2 a.m. The Orange Line busway in the San Fernando Valley will operate until 2:40 a.m. Friday and Saturday nights. The city of LA went after Deutsche Bank last year for the same thing. Now it's going after U.S. Bank for allegedly letting about 170 foreclosed homes become neighborhood eyesores. The city has filed a lawsuit alleging that in failing to maintain its properties throughout the city, U.S. Bank violated city building codes and subsequent abatement orders, as well as state laws. City Attorney Carmen Trutanich says the abandoned properties are a magnet for crime and drive up mortgage and insurance rates while driving down property values. Bank executives deny responsibility, saying U.S. Bank is just a trustee and the true owner of the homes is an investment group. NBC Universal has dropped a proposal to build nearly 3,000 residential units on its famed backlot, opting instead in a revised plan recently released to add more production space and expand its Universal City theme park. The decision was hailed by County Supervisor Zev Yaroslavsky and LA City Councilman Tom LaBonge, who had opposed the idea of residential development on the Universal City landmark. Yaroslavsky and LaBonge say the plan will boost much-needed jobs for LA's entertainment industry and boost tourism. It's one of the star attractions at LA's Griffith Park, and it's free. But the Traveltown Train Museum wouldn't be able to run so smoothly without its volunteers. Now those volunteers are getting honored with the President's Volunteer Service Award. Anna Marcos takes us to the award ceremony.
This year, dozens have hopped on board the train at Traveltown Museum. The volunteer train, that is. Those committed to the volunteer cause are getting a special Presidential Volunteer Service Award signed by the U.S. President himself.
Dante does whatever is needed. He gives tours.
To me, Traveltown is like a giant family, and I love trains.
But no matter what your love or your skill, there's always something you can do at this museum.
You can build track for us, you can give tours for us, you can work on diesel engines for us, you can help beautify the place and plant gardens and things like that.
These volunteers have committed at least 50 hours to the museum. Some have committed as much as 500 hours in 1 year.
I just like to work, and I don't know, I love Traveltown since I was a kid, so I might as well just spend my time here and work for them.
I think we're going to have everybody raise their hand and say, I'm going to volunteer. Whether you're going to volunteer for the armed forces, volunteer for the Conservation Corps, volunteer for teaching, Teach America, volunteer for Traveltown times 10, whatever it may be.
So it's all aboard. Here's a chance to take a spin on the volunteer circuit by hopping onto these railroad tracks. Just visit www.traveltown.org. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Again, a visit to the Traveltown Museum is free. And in this week's list of things to do, a new exhibit at the Chinese American Museum, a brand new park right in the heart of downtown LA, and learning all about the man whose name is synonymous with the Port of LA. You're invited to the opening reception for Chinese American Museum's new exhibit, Deconstructing Chinatown. The reception on Thursday, July 26th is open to members from 5 to 7 p.m., then to the general public from 7 to 8 p.m. The event is free, but an RSVP is required. The exhibit features new and recent works by 8 Los Angeles-based artists that help explore the complexities of and challenge preconceived notions about Los Angeles' Chinatown. The evening will also feature guest speakers, refreshments, and the debut of new exhibition catalogs. The Chinese American Museum is located at 425 North Los Angeles Street at the El Pueblo Historical Monument. To RSVP, call 213-485-8567 or email rsvp@camla.org. The community is also invited to the Banning Museum for a lecture and book signing by author Tom Sitton at 10 a.m. Saturday, July 28th. Sitton will be speaking on the role of pioneer Phineas Banning and his descendants in the rise of this region based on his book Grand Ventures, The Banning Family and the Shaping of Southern California. He will primarily focus on the second generation and their ownership of Santa Catalina Island from 1892 to 1919. Admission to the event is free for Friends of Banning Museum members and children under 12, and $5 for non-members. More info can also be found at thebanningmuseum.org. And there is now more open space for downtown dwellers with the grand opening of Grand Park on Saturday, July 28th. Grand Park, located at 210 North Grand Avenue with a view of the Music Center and LA City Hall, will celebrate its inaugural weekend with a National Dance Day celebration from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Familiar faces from the hit Fox reality show, So You Think You Can Dance, will be on hand to teach fun and easy moves to anyone who wants to participate. You'll also get to enjoy a special performance by Iris from Cirque du Soleil. Other family-friendly events will also be taking place on Saturday as well as Sunday, July 29th. Go to grandpark.lacounty.gov for details. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
When I first came to the U.S.,
I brought my hopes and dreams for a better life.
Since becoming a U.S. citizen,
I'm running for public office.
I've traveled with the freedom and security of a U.S. passport.
And I voted for President of the United States.
U.S. citizenship means a better life.
I chose opportunity.
I chose freedom.
I chose responsibility.
I chose to become
a U.S. citizen.
I'm a proud American.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Chatsworth, offering you a taste of New Orleans since 1986. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Angeles City Council. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a quorum, but could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Huizar, Carrasco, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, West, and 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Buscaino moves. Mr. Huizar seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves. Mr. Reyes seconds.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, and now would be the time for the flag salute.
Okay, I'd like to ask everyone to rise for our flag salute, and we will be led by Mr. Zine.
Place your hand over your heart, ready to begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
In fact, before you're seated, if I could ask everyone to rise again, and let's have a moment of silence for those in the tragedy that occurred in Aurora, Colorado. So if we could have a moment of silence, everybody bow your head. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, before we begin, I think it would be appropriate for us to go through today's agenda. So if you could go through the first section, items 1 through 3.
Items 1 through 3 are items noticed for public hearing.
Any cards?
No cards.
Specials, members? Specials? Okay, let's prepare to vote. Let us open the roll.
Mr. President, there's a request to continue item 1 for 30 days. That would be until August 1.
And that's item 1?
Item 3H.
Oh, item 3H.
For 30 days, that would be till August 24th.
Okay, without objection, let's prepare to vote on the other items. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that brings us where?
Items 4 through 20 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Specials members? Specials members? Mr. Garcetti, item 4. Mr. Huizar?
Item 5.
Item 5. Any other specials? Mr. Reyes.
5 and 18.
5 and 18. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. On the remaining items, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, thank you. That brings us now to 21 through 29.
Items 21 through 29 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Without objection. Okay, on these items, do we have any cards?
No cards.
Specials members. Okay, well, let's prepare to vote. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
What's next, Madam Clerk?
Item 30 is a closed session item. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, I do. And that brings us now to item 31.
On the supplemental agenda, item 31 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Without objection. Any cards?
No cards.
Mr. Herman, do you have a card on item 31? No, okay. Well, then let us, on this item, open the roll. Or members, anybody want to discuss 31? Okay, on this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Where are we now, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, that brings council to presentations, items called special or general public comment.
Mr. Labange, are you ready to begin? Okay, so Mr. Labange, you have the floor. If I could get Mr. Englander and Mr. Weezar to come up to the President's desk.
I'd like to ask Mr. Garcetti to join me, and as I do, I want to welcome some youth ambassadors here from Mexico City and Vancouver, as well as Los Angeles. It's sponsored by the United States State Department. They're learning from Los Angeles and are visiting our city. Please stand and be recognized by the City Council. All these great young people. Thank you. Vancouver, one of the great cities of the West, and Mexico City, one of the great cities of the world, and Los Angeles, the greatest of all cities, are sister cities. So it's special to have all these fine sisters here this morning doing a good job. Thank you so much, and be seated as you would. Right now, Carrie Morrison is joining me right now as the head of the Hollywood Business Improvement District, because we're here to salute a very special organization that has worked hard. Clean Street, the Hollywood Biz. Give them a big hand right now. Come over here. And Rick Anderson, if you could come up here, Rick, we certainly appreciate it. Members, you know how important business improvement districts are to an area. Business improvement districts make a difference. The challenges of the budgets of the city have overwhelmed neighborhoods, and neighborhoods have organized their business districts to make a difference. And under Carrie Morrison's leadership, Hollywood has made that. And the biggest effort is those who are in the Hollywood area who have done such a great job. And right here coming up the podium is Abel Peterson. Abel Peterson deserves recognition on his own. He gets down on the ground and cleans every star on Hollywood Boulevard, Abel. It's great to see you, Abel. Thank you. So, Carrie, Eric and I wanted to salute you, because as the leader of the Hollywood Business Improvement District, you've made an absolute district. More tourists come to Hollywood now because you've created that partnership led by Mr. Garcetti to make a difference. And clean streets make it inviting. I get up early in the morning and I drive the streets of my district, and when I come through Hollywood, I see your street cleaners, I see your guys who are cleaning graffiti off the walls, and I see Abel working through the hot sun. So you all make a difference. So I'd like to ask Mr. Garcetti to say a few words as we honor Clean Street.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and it is a great joy to be with you here today. And Clean Streets does an amazing job. You know, cleaning up a neighborhood takes a lot of work. It takes bringing businesses back. It takes making sure alleyways are cleaned up. It takes people investing in the belief of what a neighborhood can be, and there's been no more dramatic turnaround in the city than in Hollywood, a place where the average tourist used to stay for 23 minutes and now is staying for 2 or 3 nights, a place where we used to have empty storefronts, but now we have the Academy Awards, a place where we now have people who are coming off of a bus or coming from the airport, and they actually can see something great. But it really does start with clean streets, and part of the reason I've been so supportive of this Business Improvement District is the great work that it's done. And every time it's been up for renewal, we have supported that to make sure that we have great people like Carrie and her staff working with great people like those behind us. And we want to thank them. You know, they say a very simple thing at Clean Street. They say, we will make a simple promise to you and your city. We will sweep every street on time every day. We will instruct our operator to take as many passes as are necessary to clean every street thoroughly. If we ever do receive a complaint, we will resweep it immediately, no questions asked. It is a great approach. It is the way that we've been able to literally clean up our streets and lay the foundation for economic prosperity in Hollywood. And I want to thank you, and Abel, also the work that you do, keeping our most beautiful asset, those stars on the Walk of Fame, clean and scrubbed. It is always a joy when we see out there, and God bless you and your entire team and everything you do. Thank you.
Carrie, for a few words.
Good morning, members of the LA City Council. It is a wonderful honor. Thank you to Tom Labange and Eric Garcetti for actually recognizing the unsung heroes of keeping Hollywood, the Hollywood Entertainment District, clean. These are the hardest working people in Hollywood. They work all night long, washing sidewalks, zero tolerance with graffiti. We sweep the streets, we pick up trash. take care of the landscaping. John Peterson in particular is our longest employee. He's been with us since 1999. He has not missed a day of work in that time. If you are walking down Hollywood Boulevard and you see John, say hello to him. If you see any of these men in their vests, say hello to them and thank them for the work they do to keep Hollywood clean. I'd like to introduce just very quickly Rick Anderson, who is with Clean Street, our vendor, who has been with us since the very beginning of the bid, to just maybe acknowledge his employees as well.
I'd just like to thank the council for recognizing the great work that the Clean Street employees provide to the Hollywood Entertainment District on a daily basis. Thank you.
John, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, this is a commendation for your workers, for all of you. You're going to get one individually for each that they do. Give Clean Street a big hand. And also, I wanted to salute, especially here today, Fernando Cervantes. Good Fernando, a big hand right here. Work. He's got the best smile in Hollywood. And John, I want to salute John. John Peterson right here, because believe me, there's nothing. You see it in your districts. You see it in the city when someone's doing something special. Since 1999, you've been there cleaning every star in Hollywood. He deserves a star on Hollywood. John Peterson.
All right. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to rise and thank Clean Streets and the Hollywood Bid and Carrie for your continued commitment to this great organization. I can tell you this, about 12 years ago I worked the streets of Hollywood as a police officer. And I've dealt with, addressed the issues of quality of life and criminal homeless, the whole broken window series, and to know that you had a Hollywood Bid that support the local businesses and clean the streets. And it served as a model for all of the city, including downtown Los Angeles and the San Pedro Bid as well. I want to thank you, and even as Chair of Public Works, we're at a time where the city is strapped for funds, that we need to turn to bids across the city to improve the quality of life and to have these ongoing partnerships with our small businesses and other nonprofits across the city. So I want to thank you and for your continued support of Hollywood. It is a destination, and thanks to Council Members Labange and Garcetti for their commitment to support the bid in Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We thank you. We thank Clean Streets. But also, let's give a shout out. They're out there working somewhere in the city today. Our very own street cleaners of Los Angeles. There's nothing better than a clean street and a street cleaner. All right, good job. Right, here we go.
Okay, now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Alarcon.
Come on, don't be shy. Council members, you know, we've recognized the probation, parole, and community supervision folks annually for a couple of years now, and so today again we are recognizing the probation officers, parole officers, and on this community supervision week presentation, these are folks that we don't see a lot. You don't see them in the news a lot, but they are doing a tremendous job of keeping the peace in our communities. And particularly with the realignment in the state of California, they have additional responsibilities, and their work is that much more difficult. So we owe a debt of gratitude to these folks who do this work in our community to protect us from folks who have already demonstrated a propensity to slip over the line and sometimes are very difficult problems in our society. So we definitely want to recognize them for what they do for us. Last week was National Probation, Parole, and Community Supervision Week in America. Since we were out on recess, it's my pleasure to recognize them today. These obviously are people who play an incredible role in our justice system, but as I said, they don't often get recognized. So one day they may be a counselor, the next day they may be enforcing the condition of community supervision. They're silent partners with the LAPD and other law enforcement agencies to ensure that folks that find themselves under supervision are in compliance with the law. They have, in their own way, individually chosen to make Los Angeles safer and our communities better. I need to tell you that more than 135,400 people are under community supervision in Los Angeles. That's a daunting number and a very daunting task that must be managed by these folks. Approximately 25,000 young people are under community supervision in Los Angeles, and it's important that we turn their lives around. Our community is safer because of the coordination of our GRID program, LAPD, and our partners in parole and probation, and I'm proud to take this opportunity to recognize 8 brave men and women in probation and parole that have made their mark on the community and say thank you for being of service to our community. So first of all, we have representatives from the United States Probation Office, Central District of California. And let me present this certificate to Thomas Granucci, who is supervising U.S. Probation Officer, U.S. Probation Office, Central District of California. Please, would you like to present?
Thank you very much. The award came as a surprise. I just wanted to thank my chief and the administration for nominating me, and I'm just thankful that I have a career that I can make a difference in the community with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Division of Adult Parole Operations, we have Lupe Sanchez, parole agent number 2.
I just want to say thanks to for the nomination and thanks for the to the administration. Thank you.
From the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Division of Juvenile Parole Operations, we have Sherry Ware.
I'd just like to say thank you very much.
As you can see, these are not people of many words, but their deeds far exceed their articulation.
They're our kind of people, Mr. Alarcon.
Obviously not politicians, Mr. Weston, thank you. From the California Probation, Parole, and Correctional Association, the past president, Paul Vinetz.
I think the council member might have spoken too soon. Just want to say to Mr. President, Mr. Alarcon, and to the council, thank you very much. We all work together as a team, all of us, every day, and we make a difference in this world with young people and with offenders. And that effort means a lot, and your recognition is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Now from the Los Angeles County Probation Department, Deputy Probation Officer Brian Ford.
I'd just like to thank our department and our leadership for acknowledging me, as well as the City of LA. Thank you.
Brian is obviously representing our high school contingency. From the LA County Probation Department, Deputy Probation Officer 2, Robert Sale.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much.
And now from LA County Probation, Deputy Probation Officer Ivory Thomas Sr.
I want to say thank you very much. 37 years
I started in South Central Los Angeles, and I want to just say thank you to the council to be able to just take care of our kids. I've worked with adults for the last 25 years. Thank you very much.
And from the LA County Probation Department, Detention Services Officer Lucas Martinez.
I'd like to say thank you for the nomination and thank our department for recognizing me today.
Jose. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and announce many of the people who are here representing all of these organizations. First of all, from the U.S. Probation Office, Central District, California, we have Chief U.S. Probation Officer Michelle Carey, Deputy Chief Doug Buys. Is that for real? Doug Buys? Okay. Assistant Deputy Chief Andy Araujo. Assistant Deputy Chief Michael Terrell, Supervising U.S. Probation Officer Thomas Granucci, and Angela McKnight. Are you? Wave. They're all here. From the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Robert Ambroselli, State Director, Division of Adult Parole Operations, Maria Franco, Regional Parole Administrator, Region 3, Quincy Thacker, Chief Deputy Regional Administrator, Region 3, James Symington, Chief Deputy Regional Administrator, Region 3, Arthur Mosqueda, Assistant Regional Administrator, Region 3, Erskine Richmond, Unit Supervisor, California Parolee Apprehension Team, Region 3, Parole Agent Lupe Sanchez. All the parole folks, thank you. Oh, and let's not forget Deputy Director Margarita Perez. Okay. From the California, this is from the Division of Juvenile Parole Operations. We have Kathy Johnson, State Deputy Director, Supervising Parole Agent Mario Gras, Parole Agent Mike Dom, Parole Agent Ruben Lopez, Parole Agent Brian Bowers, Parole Agent Ada Hurd, Parole Agent Sherry Ware. Thank you. And from the LA County Probation Department, Cal Remington, Chief Deputy Probation Officer, Reaver Bingham, Deputy Chief Adult Field, Juvenile Field Services Division, Sharon Harada, Deputy Chief, Juvenile Field Services, Juvenile Special Services Bureau, Darlene Pedinicio, Joe, you're going to have to help me with that name. Darlene Pedinicio, Bureau Chief, Juvenile Special Services, Carrie Webb, Public Information Officer, Deputy Probation Officer Michael DeSoto, Deputy Probation Officer Brian Ford, and Deputy Probation Officer Robert Sale. And representing the Los Angeles County Probation Officers Union, AFSCME Local 685, Cookie Lamel, the famous Cookie Lamel. I know all of you know her. And the Detention Services Officer Lucas Martinez, Deputy Probation Officer Ivory Thomas Sr. We have, did I get everybody? Okay, I got everybody. Okay, we're good. So anyway, we want to thank these people for the tremendous work they do. I also want to recognize that they brought some special guests here from Belmont, Garfield, and Franklin, and Lincoln High School. So if they could all stand up. This is part of their effort to work with the local youth to ensure that they're on the right track. So again, we want to thank all of you for this special day, but most importantly, the work that you do day in and day out, which actually does save lives in Los Angeles. Thank you so much.
Councilman Alarcon, if I may, the schools you mentioned are part of District 1. I want to also welcome them as a council member, and I think, and from Councilman Garcetti's district as well. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Want to go take a picture?
So that does conclude our presentations, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
So I believe we can move to item number 4.
Okay. Item number 4, called special by Councilman Garcetti.
Councilman Garcetti. Is Councilman Garcetti in the Okay, we'll just wait for folks to pull out of the chamber, then we'll start item number 4. Yes, this is for the introduction of Mr. Zabel. Okay. So we'll go ahead and take a few cards of public comment as we wait for Councilman Alarcon, the Chair of Arts and Parks. And then we'll have the introductions of Mr. Zabel. So this is for general public comment as we wait for the Chair. Yes. So for general public comment, we have Emma Chavez and John Edwards. These are items that are not on the agenda. Emma Chavez and John Edwards, are you in the council chamber? Like to come on up? Emma Chavez and John Edwards.
Good morning. My name is John Edwards. I'm an operator of farmers markets in 6 different council districts, and I must say this council has always been really, really supportive of farmers markets, and I want to thank all of you. Today I'm here because of our market in Pershing Square. We've been there several years, and just recently we've had people come into the market with sleeping bags, 30 the first week, 40 the second. We've got now about 60 people who literally sleep all day within feet of our fruit and vegetable stands. They not only sleep there, but they urinate there and they defecate there right next to our fruit and food stores. The business has gone down over 50%. People don't want to come there anymore. The stench is unbelievable. This morning you just honored clean streets because you realize how important a clean environment is. Well, in Pershing Square today, it is a disaster. Tourists are taking photographs of Pershing Square, and they see a beautiful farmer's market, and within feet, nearer than Councilman Reyes is, you will see 30 people with sleeping bags just sleeping on the floor. It's an incredibly bad situation for us. Some of our vendors are accosted. They come begging for food. Our market manager, a female, her husband is scared for her safety. We have serious problems there. And we would like this council to help us, as you've always helped farmers markets in the past. The conditions there are appalling, and we really, really need your help. I know I've got a few seconds left, so I just want to take this opportunity. For 10 years we worked with Councilwoman Perry. We no longer do. We're in the 14th district now. I want to thank her very much for a tremendous time and support we had from Councilwoman Perry. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emma Chavez.
Good morning. My name is Emma Chavez. I am the owner of the Ensenada restaurant on Spring Street. We are a family-owned restaurant, and we have been in the same location for 25 years. We have seen the ups and downs of downtown LA. We're very, very happy that the downtown has turned around. Our restaurant was at the center of the Occupy LA LAPD conflict that happened a couple of weeks ago during Art Walk. Protesters gathered outside our restaurant. It was very unclear to me, to my staff, and to the customers that we had as to what they were protesting about, but they were there. We were relieved to see LAPD show up and keep this a peaceful demonstration, because at times some of our customers thought that it could possibly escalate into a riot. We're just afraid of riots here. Our restaurant has benefited from all the efforts of all the organizations that have helped to improve and revitalize our downtown neighborhood, and we're very thankful to them. We're also very thankful to Art Walk LA, because Art Walk is a very big night for our restaurant. Local residents feel safe coming out. Tourists and visitors feel safe coming to our restaurant to have dinner with us. And my employees who take public transit or ride their bicycles to work feel safe because of these events. Art Walk is the most important event for us. We're a mom and pop restaurant. We need this event to make ends meet. Our employees need this event to get extra hours. This month, because of the protest, we only served 250 customers, whereas without the protest, we probably would have served about 200. This is a big event for us, and I beg that you consider the negative impacts to our neighborhood that protests create for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers, Steve Area, A-R-E-I-A, Michael Barker, and Cesar Jimenez. Coming up, please. I call three names. I have three people at the microphone. We have Steve Area, Michael Barker, and Cesar Jimenez, please. Good day, sir.
Good day. I'm a business owner. We have a doggy daycare named Bark Avenue. We're very grateful for being in downtown. Very grateful for hearing our problem. We've been an anchor in the community trying to rebuild the downtown area, and our problem is the encampment of the people urinating, camping out in front of our business. We've lost a lot of customers because the females have been sexually harassed. They say inappropriate things to our customers coming in and out of our business. I've lost 2 female employees because they've been sexually harassed. They've gone as far as urinating on our windows of our doors. Try to address the problem by asking them if they would just mind not doing what they do, and they just don't seem to understand that public urination, leaving needles and alcohol bottles in front of somebody's business is a problem. And, you know, it's a huge problem. I understand one that you guys is not an easy answer. But I think that if we were, as a community, and we're working with the police department, and I think that there's a lot of brilliant minds in this room, I think that we can all come together and get this problem situated, because it's a huge problem for our community. We're going to lose lots of wonderful people, wonderful businesses, and we definitely don't want to turn around our progress that we've been working so hard to create. And I also want to thank, and I'm going to miss Jan Perry in our district, and thank you for your time.
Okay, next, state your name.
My name is Michael Barker, and I'm here representing 626 Wilshire. It's an office building located at Wilshire and Hope. This building is owned by my company, Barker Pacific Group, and my partner, gold medal winner, Oscar de la Hoya. For the last several weeks, we have had LA Can Group camping on our sidewalks around the building every night now for weeks. This is causing significant problem for the small businesses who occupy space in our building, our tenants who are trying to come and go to work in our building. We've had these harassment people try to block access to our garage, try to create accidents appearing to be run over by cars, entering into our garage and causing great disruption to the people who occupy space and are trying to conduct normal business in downtown Los Angeles. This is a huge problem. I'm not here speaking against homeless people. There are ways to deal with that issue, and we certainly support that. However, to have a business and a location that's targeted by these people who are seemingly without purpose, rabble-rousing and creating anarchy is something that we cannot contend with, and we ask that the City Council do something about this. I think if you had these people camping in front of your house in the evening, creating noise and defecating in on your sidewalk and in your yard, you might think very clearly about it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next.
Good morning. My name is Cesar Jimenez. I'm an independent vendor at Pershing Square. Over the last month, we lost over 40% of the business due to the Occupy LA people that are sleeping in back of our fruit stands. They're harassing myself and customers for food. We ask them to leave. They don't want to leave. Our regular customers don't want to come in because they're afraid. They don't have a place to sit where they're going to be sitting down. It smells, it stinks, it's really bad. I'm just asking if we can get some help from you guys and help us, resolve this problem. The farmers market is a great place for people to come and eat and, have a good time during lunch. So I'm just asking for a little bit of help from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beston, Michael Lico, and Kevin, I cannot pronounce your last name. 630 West 6.
Hi there. My name is Blair Beston, and I'm the director of the Historic Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm speaking to you today as a resident with the same concerns that you've been hearing repeated over and over again about Occupy LA and Pershing Square and the Art Walk. These are events that should be for the community, for everyone. And under the guise of protest, what this feels more like is an excuse to bully and harass the general public and drive people out of downtown. We're all a part of the community here. We all would like to peacefully coexist. Spring Street Park is going to open at some point in the near future, and I have some serious concerns until we adopt a code of conduct that can be enforced by security companies or general services. We'll have more of the same. There are members of the community, restaurant owners, residents, and actually a former member of LA Can that would be here speaking in front of you today if it were not for the fact that they're frustrated, but they're afraid of the retaliation by Occupy and LA Can. Thank you.
Okay, Michael Lico. Kevin?
My name is Kevin Krashisnik. I am a resident of downtown LA for about 6 years, and I've worked here for approximately 11. And I live in the vicinity of 626 Wilshire, and I've seen different things come and go throughout the city during my tenure here. And I've witnessed one thing, is a really great community starting to develop here. A community that is safe and secure, and that I'm proud to call my home, and also proud to show people the great virtues of living and working in downtown LA. But ever since the Occupy or LA Can people or whoever they are decided to come into the area near 626, there's been an increased level of urination on the premise around my building, defecating, there's been graffiti on our building. I was walking through there down the sidewalk the other night on a return from dinner one evening, and simply just walking down the sidewalk, and by the virtue of the fact that I was wearing a sport coat, I was harassed the entire way down the sidewalk. And it's developed into a situation where people are afraid to venture through that corridor, and the fabric of our community is being threatened and destroyed by a very few individuals. Their activities are essentially anarchistic and antisocial, and it's doing nothing to provide any service or benefit to any members of this community, and in fact driving us further and further apart. So I'm imploring the Council to consider what actions can be taken to help protect and assist the continued growth of this fabric of this fragile community that's been taking so long to be developed in downtown LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lico, followed by Tom Gilmore, followed by Lily Muller. Yes, sir.
Good morning, council members. My name is Tom Gilmore. I'm going to skip some of the preliminary remarks here and move to what most of these people are talking about. A disturbing series of events have led to a new threat to downtown's continued progress. Recently, during the last Art Walk, a small group of people, some advocates, some activists, and some agitators, intentionally created an environment which would disrupt the Art Walk and cause the LAPD to respond by effectively shutting the Art Walk down in the affected areas. They then predictably blamed the LAPD for their response. The LAPD has been a valued partner in crowd and traffic control for years during the Art Walk, and to see them vilified in this manner is infuriating, to say the least. It is not, however, surprising. For years, the group known as LA Can has systematically worked to undermine the efforts of the downtown community and the LAPD to address the issues of crime, particularly in the Skid Row area. Their latest attempts at co-opting the Occupy movement have led to escalating focused harassment of businesses large and small. They have targeted Art Walk, they have targeted affordable housing developers, and in fact have targeted the entirely new residential population, calling them gentrifiers, even while knowing that the new downtown population displaced no one, and virtually all the new housing units were created in empty buildings or in new construction. Their misguided attack on the Central City Association is the latest result of the bizarre marriage of LA Can and the Occupy movement. The movement's latest treatment of Pershing Square is an affront to anyone who lives downtown. This is no less than an attack on the downtown community, and we need this council to respond to that attack. The damage done to our public space by uncontrolled encampments during the Occupy movement led this council to restrict encampments on City Hall Park. We need you to address a similar problem throughout downtown. It is time for this council and the city attorney's office to revisit the Jones decision and to create a new anti-encampment ordinance. Downtown has taken the brunt of LA's problems for decades, and it needs your focus now if we are to continue making the city a better place in which to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Michael? Lily
Mueller and Russell Brown.
Okay, I was going to call you next, Mr. Brown. So
I'm chair of the Pershing Square Park Advisory Board. We've discussed at length we're at risk of losing everything that we've done at Pershing Square. We now have 60 folks every single day camped out at Pershing Square, yelling, screaming. We've had drug sales. We've had people openly smoking crack. We've had people go up to the police and literally say, kill the police and F the police right in front of them. We're getting ready to lose our summer concert series, our movie series, our farmers market. Lily Mueller, we've worked really closely with for the Autumn Lights. All of our programs are at risk. We're at risk of losing the Art Walk. And just 2 weeks ago, we had 100 units open up on Main Street. And instead of celebrating new affordable housing, we had the same group yelling and screaming that they're destroying downtown. We need your partnership here to have some common sense rules and regulations. This is no longer about free speech. This is about destroying downtown. Thank you.
So, Ms. Miller, you didn't want to speak? Okay, I'm assuming that. Mr. Alarcon, what we're going to do now is we're going to temporarily discontinue general public comment and go to item 4. Mr. Alarcon. Library.
Okay. Council members, you know that item number 4 is regarding the confirmation of the appointment of Mr. John F. Szabo as the permanent city librarian. I do want to advise you that the Ethics Commission has not issued its report, and so what I'd like to do is present Mr. Szabo, have him make his comments, have you ask your questions, and then hold this item until Friday when we can have the Ethics Commission's report. And that meets with satisfaction with the Mayor's office as well. What I can tell you is that it is my pleasure to present Mr. Szabo. I met with him in my office as well as before the committee. Don't let his youthful look deceive you. He is a very wise and experienced and accomplished librarian. Has over 20 years of experience leading over 4 library systems across the country. He is a nationally and globally recognized leader in libraries. He spent the last 7 years as director of the Atlanta Fulton Public Library System, and during that time he developed an extensive facility master plan with community input as the cornerstone. He also helped pass a $275 million bond referendum with 65% of the voters in support. Mr. Szabo sees libraries as community hubs, and in Atlanta he developed initiatives around health disparities, workforce development, and literacy. This is especially important in Los Angeles, given the role that our libraries play in finding jobs and allowing children the opportunity to learn to read. Especially interesting in his work is his work around e-resources. I brought this subject up. I introduced a motion relative to using high technology and the e-system to upgrade our system. Well, Mr. Szabo has already done that in Atlanta, and so I'm very much looking forward to expanding our use of e-resources here in the city of Los Angeles. We're doing pretty well. I think we have 40,000 books online, but we can do so much better and expand the use of our libraries in doing so. We were very excited to hear his ideas for improving and upgrading the LA Library's work in this area, and we're expecting tremendous things from Mr. Szabo. So with that, I'd like to present Mr. John Szabo, no relation to Gabor Szabo, for those of you that are old like me, to make his comments, and then if you would offer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. We have a request from Dow House Dude to come forward to speak on item 4. Where is he? Are you coming forward? You can start his time. In fact, it looks like he's not going to come forward and speak, so we'll go back to the members. Mr. Zine. No, it's too late. Mr. Zine. Mr. Zine. Miss Perry. Sergeants, have him. No, you play by our rules, not yours. So take your seat, Miss Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Szabo, I know you're from Atlanta just by your introduction. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about your experience in working and reaching out to lower income communities, monolingual communities, seniors, and also people who use libraries as a way to be able to get back to work.
Certainly. Well, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. I think that there are so many ways that the public library can serve its communities, and serving seniors, serving low-income individuals, realizing that the public library has an incredibly important role to play in the area of workforce development. All of the things that the public library does to bridge the digital divide, to provide people with access not only to the equipment that economically disadvantaged individuals may not have, but also to e-content. I believe there's a new digital divide that I'm extremely concerned about. I think libraries for many years have done a wonderful job of providing the equipment, making that accessible to those who don't have it within our walls. But going forward, how do we provide access to all of the e-resources, and also helping communities develop the digital literacy skills to make use of that content. In Atlanta, one of the many things that we did in terms of workforce development was we had and have a very vibrant, robust GED program where hundreds of individuals not only take the GED test in our libraries, but also prepare to take that test, develop their skills. Sometimes that's a couple of weeks, sometimes that's 6 or 7 years to prepare to take that test. We also have the county's Office of Workforce Development within our central library with a presence. So not only are we doing what I like to think of as workforce development light, but we're doing the real meaty work of workforce development with after having resume classes and job search classes and providing e-resources on how to find jobs, we're actually connecting them with people in the Office of Workforce Development to actually place them in employment.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
I had a chance to visit with the designee, where I'm very excited. If you go into a public building of a public library system today, at this hour you'll see it buzz with young and old trying to find the joy of reading, information, knowledge, and the power to deal with today's event. So I just wanted to let you know there's a great team of librarians that you're going to be able to lead, John. A great team of librarians in communities and throughout Los Angeles. So you have my support. I just wanted to put on the table, and I know Mr. Parks and I were involved with the Measure L, opening up back in the libraries, the foresight of the 1925 charter that called for a special piece of the pie to the library and parks, and the brains of the library department to give us the opportunity, like a call in football. When you call a certain play and you score a touchdown, the community scored a touchdown, bringing Prop L to the vote and the victory. So I just wanted to pledge my support, my staff support, and all the friends of libraries in the 4th District, and I'm sure that can be duplicated 14 other times throughout the city. Congratulations, and I will be casting an aye vote. Thank you. And show me your card right now. I want to see your card. That's all. I want to see your card. That's all I want to see. There it is, the right card. Hold that up. Hold that up again. Hold it up for one more second. Show the president. Show the clerk. That's the library card. The key to the city.
I can see it, Mr. Labange. Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Labange, and thank you for mentioning Measure L, which myself and Ms. Perry were also very proud to work on with you and Mr. Parks, which reestablished the importance of libraries at the center of our community. I was just talking with our designee as well about library cards, Mr. Labange, that there are artists right now who are very interested in doing commemorative cards. You know, people like Shepard Fairey and Ed Ruscha and other people who are right here in our midst, so we're going to be working together. We introduced a motion on that a few weeks back, and we'll bring that forward. But I have a question for you. You have an exemplary record in Atlanta. You've done a really great job. I'm very excited to be welcoming you here. Give us a view into the future, 5 years from now. What does the Los Angeles Public Library System look like, and what does the modern American library look like, and what can we do to be kind of among the first adopters of new technology, new layout, new ways of interacting at the library, and being really a hub of information, whether it's right now in the economy as people are looking for jobs, whether it's young people looking to learn in new ways that aren't the old-fashioned flipping through a book. Tell me what that looks like and what we can do to bring that and make Los Angeles have that reputation as really being at the cutting edge of our library future.
Sure. Well, I think 5 years from now, what I would hope is that the people of Los Angeles would be able to see in its leadership that the public library had made a substantive difference in some of the toughest issues that the city deals with. Access to new technologies, access to e-content, workforce development, that the library has a role to play in addressing health disparities, and that the library has made a substantive difference in those areas. Also that we've done a good job of being forward-thinking and capitalizing on all of the wonderful traditional notions that people have about the public library. People love public libraries, but that we've been forward-thinking in providing e-content in an equitable way across the geography and to all populations of Los Angeles. And that we've also taken steps not just to put it out there on a virtual shelf or out on a table for someone to use, but that we've helped them develop the digital literacy skills. Many people have devices that can access all sorts of wonderful things, but to help them take advantage of that e-content that we've provided. And also, I think 5 years from now, I would hope that our libraries are even more vibrant spaces. Libraries are a little noisier than they were 20, 30 years ago, and I think that's a good thing. I think there are exciting, wonderful things happening in libraries. The centers of their communities. I think, though, that in all of those wonderful things that we do in libraries, that we have to tie that back to a core important mission. But I do hope that 5 years from now we'll be able to speak to how the library has really helped address some of the biggest issues in the community.
One last question in my last few seconds. The school district here has looked at cutting out and has, for most intents and purposes, gotten rid of school librarians completely, which is, it's difficult to think of a school library without a librarian. Is there any role that we can play in getting past kind of the silos that we sometimes live in and and figuring out a way that we can be a part of making sure young people have those opportunities in schools?
Well, I think a partnership between the public library and I certainly know that there's a healthy one now is absolutely critical. There is no institution that I can think of in the community that does more to prepare a child to be school ready. And even after that, when a child goes into school, that we work with the school systems to drive traffic. That's difficult when there's not a school librarian, and unfortunately that's something that's happening around the country. But it's important that the library continue to reach out, to be that safe space for young people, to provide the resources. We are the school library for so many, homeschoolers, private schools, public schools as well. But I think it's developing that partnership and providing the resources, not only within our walls, but also virtually. I think online homework help. There are all sorts of things that the public library can do to connect with young people and to be an important resource.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, and good day, Mr. Zabel. We met earlier, and I want to touch on some of those questions, and I would like my colleagues to hear and those listening. But as I alluded to, most of your background is in the East Coast and the South. I want to thank Councilman Perry. She touched on this. The Southwest has a different history. There's a connectivity to a language, Spanish, that was spoken here almost 300 years before they spoke English. So we have a major presence of folks that are assimilating the Alice Island of the West. I'd like to call my district concerned communities. That being said, how do you see the library becoming that support system for those who are learning English, who want to learn English, who essentially want to assimilate into this society? What's the role you see there? And just give a little bit of background of your experience in that regard.
Sure. Well, I think first and foremost, it's understanding that people use libraries in very, very different ways, and how they use libraries is determined, based on cultural background. There are all sorts of reasons, and it's important that the library understand that, and that the library not just see the library institution as a place with books that people come in and check out a bestseller and then go back to their car and drive back to their home. That the library serves communities in so many different ways. Atlanta is a very diverse community, and it was very important that we develop programs and services that address that need. Significant English as a second language programs. In Clearwater, Florida, where I was previously, we had a large and growing Mexican population, primarily from the Hidalgo area of Mexico. And it was not just a matter of the library saying, come to us, but it was a matter of understanding that we had to go to the businesses in that community. We had to go to, we went to a health clinic, La Clínica Guadalupana, to advertise and to have story times in the clinic to build a trust with the community, to drive traffic back, and have Spanish language story times in our branch libraries. And also understanding that in a branch library in Atlanta, we found that our Latino community was using the library as a family, and not so much as an individual coming in and sitting down at a computer, but and we had a policy that said one person per computer. Well, we had to be flexible in that regard and understand that there was a difference in how that families would come in collectively with grandmother and sister and brother and father and mother all using the library together, which is a wonderful thing, and we want to encourage that. So I think it's understanding those differences, welcoming those differences, and tailoring services to meet the diverse needs of our communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zabel. As my time is up, I do want to invite you. Maybe we can take a tour of my district, the libraries. In Pico Union, I have an area, 70,000 people per square mile. Cleanliness is important. Desirability of place is engaged because of cleanliness, and those are the kinds of fundamental elements we'd like to address, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you, sir.
That. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So it's my understanding, Madam Clerk, this will be continued to Friday. John, pleasure meeting you, and look forward to speaking with you later.
Indeed. Thank you all so much.
There was already a public hearing held on this item, so we don't have to take public comment on this item. Okay, so now with that said, that brings us to items 5, 18, and 30. Mr. Reyes, do you want to start off?
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this has been a very long road. We've seen different impacts based on the inconsistencies of our courts, both at the federal and state level. Our ability to have some level of predictability in how we can perform as a city family has been severely hampered by these inconsistencies by the law. Colleagues, I wanted to open up this session because, for me, my main concern is enforcement. For me, our ability to understand how our police department, how our building and safety, how our planning department, through our zoning capacity, our planning police powers, we can work together to enforce the law. Now, whether it's a partial ban or a full ban, if we don't have the resources to focus on enforcement, then either approach, quite frankly, won't do much for the people who are being burdened by those who are behaving as scofflaws and taking advantage of this ambiguous situation, and that's putting it mildly, and being punitive to our communities in their behavior, in their conduct. Chief Beck wrote us a letter. It's on our desk. He speaks of the murders, the robberies, the violence that occurs at these centers, those that are unscrupulous. And it's unfortunate because those who are following the law, those who have been consistent with our policy directive, as complicated as they've been, are part of that experience of not being able to survive because of these inconsistencies. So as the dialogue moves forward, I am really focused on enforcement of law, enforcement of priorities, and looking at how we could actually make a change in our communities through this enforcement. So I'll be asking for a report back from the police department, from planning department, from building and safety, what it will take in terms of resources to enforce these laws. What is the cost of enforcement, and where do we see those revenues and or resources coming from to enforce these laws? The police department should be part of that report, as well as the CAO. So, Council President, thank you for allowing me to speak and opening this discussion. I know there are two very strong points of view here. I think ultimately we need to see results at the street level, and I strongly believe that without enforcement, either approach won't have much of an impact because we won't see a difference at the street level. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz, I was going to go to public comment on this item. You want to wait, or would you like to just speak now?
I wouldn't mind starting and speaking, if I can be given the opportunity. I think for any of you that are thinking of a vote on a total ban, you can't have had the experience that I have had, knowing hundreds of people that died of AIDS years ago when the crisis was at its height. Not having a week go by where somebody that you knew who was pretty young didn't die of AIDS, and then seeing some of those folks survive because they were able to avoid the wasting by taking medical marijuana. They were able to tolerate the pain. And then when the 30 and 40 pill cocktails with deadly side effects occurred, they were able to tolerate the side effects and the nausea. I have friends that are still alive today because of medical marijuana, and that's why this is so important to me.
Okay, let's keep it down. Please, keep your applause down.
And we've had some decisions since this item was originally put on the agenda. There have been 2 appellate court decisions. One of them held that no local municipality could impose a total ban on medical marijuana dispensaries. The other case, known as 420 Caregivers, upheld the city ordinance, our city ordinance, which regulated dispensaries. So I think we are in a good position to do the right thing. Now, I'm not happy about the hundreds of illegal dispensaries that have been added, the ones that are, I believe, are real problems. We all have the impact. I have a lot of dispensaries in my district. I have from the beginning. I wasn't happy about that. But I don't want to see us completely close off access to people that desperately need medical marijuana. We can't have that happen.
You guys,
please, no applause, though. You're only making this more difficult.
Mr. Koretz, wait a second.
Now, people say...
Mr. Koretz, hold on for 1 minute. If you keep applauding, and I understand that he's saying what you want to hear, it's going to take away from your time to give public comment. So it's best to do some kind of signal and silence of your support so we can move forward in this. Mr. Koretz.
And Mr. Chair, I hope you'll give me an extra few seconds so I can finish what I need to say.
Yes, I will.
Now, I know there are those that say enforcement will be easier if everybody knows every medical marijuana shop is illegal and it's a straight ban. And that's true. But I don't think the city has made its mark by saying, we will always take the easy way out. The easy way out is to shut them all down. And people will pay for this, some with their lives, if we take that step. A little harder way is make sure every officer of the LAPD has a list of pre-ICO medical marijuana establishments, and we work to shut the rest down. I think we have to do that. I think that's critical, too, because a lot of these are real nuisances. They are scofflaws. I think it needs to happen. Now, the federal government has said they will not shut down city and state dispensaries that follow the law. But then they did shut down one in Oakland because it had too many customers, and they believe that a place with a huge customer base has too much potential to be criminal. What we are looking at doing is doing that to the city of West Hollywood. Their 3 dispensaries will become giant mega dispensaries with people lining for blocks trying to buy medical marijuana. I believe we are setting them up for the same thing that happened in Oakland, and we will then have no access for anyone in the region. We'll have made it much worse both for us and the city of West Hollywood, whose 3 dispensaries will have to pick up the slack. This is a potential disaster. We have to leave some dispensaries open. We don't have the resources right now to shut down even the post-ICO ones. At least let's have a chance to do that. I think that's the right approach. Keep the pre-ICO ones, who by and large have been following all of our regulations, and let's give that some consideration.
Thank you. You've exceeded your time. Mr. Huizar, do you want to wait till after general public comment?
I'll speak now, Mr. President.
Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief for now. There's a lot to discuss about this item, but I think the most important information we're going to get today, colleagues, is in closed session when we clarify what the legal landscape is and the misinformation that has been put out there about what the 2 recent court cases mean for the direction that the city of Los Angeles should be headed. And let me make this quite clear. Nowhere in the state law that has provided immunity for medical marijuana patients to have access to medical marijuana does it say that the dispensary model is allowed, that the storefront model is allowed. There is this industry that has sprouted up throughout the state of California that it does not comply with state law at all. What that means is that if you have these storefront medical marijuana dispensaries in local neighborhoods, it doesn't provide municipalities with the tools necessary to combat any impacts it would have on those neighborhoods. What is before us today is not a vote against medical marijuana. Most, I think, on this council, a majority would support medical marijuana. I believe in the medicinal value of marijuana. What we want to do is ban dispensaries that are not allowed under state law and that we have attempted to regulate, and we have failed to do so for the last 5 years because we cannot do it. No matter what we try to do now, we move forward to try to regulate it, we will fail again. It will be an exercise in futility, and we will continue to have anywhere between 300 to 800 dispensaries as we do now. The best course of action is to ban dispensaries, allow patients to have access under state law, which is allowing people under 3 people or less to collectively cultivate marijuana. That's what's allowed under state law. And let's wait to see what the state Supreme Court decides, and then we will be in a much better position to draft an ordinance that makes sense. But if we go in any other direction right now, it would be an exercise of utility, and we continue to chase our tails just the way we've been for the last 5 years. In closed session, you will hear about the legal landscape. You will hear about what options we have before us. I'm confident that after that discussion, you will see what the right course is for all residents in the city of Los Angeles. And, Mr. President, I have members of the Los Angeles Police Department and a member of the District Attorney's Office that would like to speak, but I would ask if, after public comment, we could call them up to the table and ask them a few questions and then go into closed session.
That would be fine, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Koretz, I really want to get to public comment. So why don't we go, Mr. Zine was the last member on the queue now. Why don't we hear from Mr. Zine, we do public comment, and then we're going to go into closed session. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The item came up, excuse me for this congestion, about 5 years ago when we introduced a motion. We had facilities that were spreading throughout the city. We didn't have any controls, so we came up with an ordinance. We thought it would work. And for the last 5 years, we keep on coming up with ordinances thinking they're going to work. They get challenged, lawsuits are filed, and it's like a merry-go-round. It hasn't stopped. It just keeps on going. We need a realistic approach, and I understand my colleagues' concern that we have to have a realistic approach for those people that need it. It's interesting, yesterday I visited 2 of my constituents. Both of them have cancer and they're dying. They were in a nursing facility in this room, and both of them are dying of cancer. They don't have long to live. And I looked at them and I thought, how do we relieve the pain? Do we inject them with medicine? How do we relieve the pain so they can have their last days in some kind of peace and comfort? And most of us believe that for medical purposes it's acceptable, but what's happened is it's gotten so far out of control. I spoke to the city attorney last evening. I spoke to Ms. Usher, who's here. They think they have a way that can get this resolved once and for all. But my concern is whichever way we go, there's going to be more lawsuits. The merry-go-round continues, and we need to stop the merry-go-round. We need to come up with a plan where people will be able to have access, and they'll be able to do it in peace and comfort without worrying about the police department or the DEA or the sheriff's department or the district attorney's office. We don't have the resources to police the city with regular crime activities as we see the dwindling resources. We don't have the fingerprint people to do the fingerprints as we need to do and put another drain on the police department. But we need to come up with a solution. Now, I don't know if Mr. Huizar's plan is a solution where we get 3 people together and they have the environment where they can grow, they can use, or Mr. Koretz's idea where we can have a facility that is regulated. But what do we do about the continuing saga of lawsuits? Whichever way we go, the other side is going to file lawsuits, and we're not going to be able to stop it. We are out of control with it at this point. We need to come up with something that's going to work, something the police department can live with, the community can live with, because we get continuing complaints. And I want to commend my colleagues for trying to come up with the solution, which is what I tried to do 5 years ago, and it's very frustrating that we haven't done anything except have more discussion, more people coming here in council, more discussion, and we haven't come up with a solution which we need. And the trial court's overruled by the appellate court. The appellate court then goes to the Supreme Court. We don't know what that decision is going to be. But I, for one, want to come up with something that's going to put this to an end for the people that use it, that need it, and the people who are impacted in negative fashion in the communities of Los Angeles. We need to finalize this once and for all with the parties, hopefully with a solution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. So, Mr. Koretz, are you okay with us moving forward to the public comment?
If I could just make one.
No, because then I'm
mark
going to
and
open
reply.
up. No, then I'm going to open up Pandora's box. So we're going to do.
All right, I'll let it go.
Okay, what we're going to do, Mr. Parks?
When this gets finished, I just need to ask that we reconsider item 17. A community group is here to appeal a ZA hearing, and they weren't here at the time that it was heard.
Okay, so we will do that. Just don't let me forget. Okay, so with that said, after having discussions with the individuals that are involved with these items, the Koretz proposal and the Weezer proposal, we've decided that we will give 20 minutes on each side. So you have 20 minutes, those of you that are for the proposal, 20 minutes, those of you that are against the proposal. We've heard these items in committee. We have had a lot of testimony here in the council chambers where it relates to general public comment. So we're going to go 20 minutes for, 20 minutes against. So I'm going to start out with those that are in favor. And that'll be, and I'm calling you up 3 at a time. So please come forward. I want to see all 3 people. Larry, Lavin, Betty, Bryant, Doug, Fitzsimmons. So please come forward. Betty, you're there first. Go ahead.
I have copies for the City Council.
Go ahead.
First, I'm here on behalf of Victoria Park Association, which was established in 1908. We are tired of people coming into our neighborhoods, smoking marijuana in their cars, drinking, using their pipes, and walking and trashing through our neighborhood. We have an increase in crime and break-ins due to this fashion since these marijuana locations came into effect. So we would like the City Council to do something to give us our quality of life back, because this is messing up and destroying our neighborhood. So we would like for you to do something on behalf of Victoria Park Association. And we have 109 signatures.
Thank you. Larry, are you here? Please come forward.
Honorable City Council, my name's Larry Lavin, and I'm from Northridge.
Pull the mic up, Larry.
Although President Bush Sr.'s war on drugs was never ratified by Congress, his war against marijuana has prevailed till now because nobody has spoken out against it. In other words, until now, people have acquiesced or given in by saying nothing. However, Proposition 215 speaks out in favor of marijuana, and even if invalidated by the courts, Proposition 215 still stands as a protest against President Bush Sr.'s war on drugs, and as that war relates to marijuana. So President Bush Sr.'s war against marijuana is over. I have never heard of a person being given the opportunity to plead not guilty by means of the need for marijuana and go free after showing a doctor's note to a judge. The problem with marijuana law today is that although possession of less than an ounce of picked marijuana is a misdemeanor, to cultivate just one...
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. Your time is up. Doug Fitzsimmons, followed by, I believe, Eric Moore, followed by Doug Haynes. Doug.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, my name is Doug Fitzsimmons. I'm President of the South Robertson Neighborhoods Council. I'm also a supporter of medical marijuana. However, unfortunately, the system that we have in place today, which is not really a system at all, has created a situation that is, as I've said before, untenable in our neighborhood. We have twice as many dispensaries in South Robertson as we do pharmacies. The current legal situation that has bound this council and confounded the police continues to be a morass. Normally, I would be in support of Council President Wesson and Council Member Koretz's motion. Unfortunately, I do not feel that it will pass legal muster and we'll end up in the same place that we are today. I'm asked to be here by residents of my neighborhood who live in fear, who are subject to intimidation, not only from the dispensaries themselves, but from the patrons who are there as well.
Thank you. So is there Eric and Doug? followed by David Bell.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eric Moore with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. We've heard numerous times from our public that this is a major issue. I live in a neighborhood, corner of Heliotrope and Melrose, basically. We're within a 4 to 5 block radius. I have 9 to 10 pot clinics. That is an oversaturation. We need regulation of this. And since we've tried that with the 100 and it hasn't really worked, we've come before you many times. We've talked to you about with the city attorney's office, with the DEA, with the building and safety, everybody. And everybody points fingers and says we can't do anything until somebody takes action. So it's an opportunity for you guys to take action. We really need your support. I have more to say, but we don't have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Haynes, David Bell, Teresa Marquez. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Doug Hansen with the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. My colleague, David Bell, our president, was unfortunately unable to stay, so he left. We've been speaking on this issue for 3 years. We voted unanimously with the first neighborhood council back in November to vote for the ban. We really applaud the leadership that's been shown by Councilman Huizar on this issue because we're desperate in Hollywood regarding this matter. Just in our zip code, there are over 30 dispensaries. When you talk about 100 dispensaries in Hollywood, I believe we already have 100 dispensaries. Councilman Zine really expressed it very well when he said there needs to be some sort of resolution to this problem. There needs to be control, otherwise this will control us. So we're looking for something to resolve this matter permanently, and a ban will be a start. All the dispensaries will not be shut down by a ban. It's impossible to do that to begin, but it's something to begin with, and we need that. As a community, the police need that. They need clear direction. That's the most common complaint we hear. There is no clear direction for the police on what to do or any city departments. This is your opportunity to finally give that. Thank you.
Thank you. David Bell, Teresa Marquez, Yolanda Rodriguez. So just come forward. If you're Ms. Marquez, come forward, and Ms. Rodriguez, come forward as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Teresa Marquez. I'm from Boyle Heights. First, I want to thank our Councilman Huizar for trying to do the right thing and allowing people to get this medication for medical reasons. However, it's out of control. We don't have the money to monitor this. The police can't do it, the state can't do it, and the law is not clear. We must support this ban at this time until further laws have been implemented, federally and state. I'm not going to give you all the reasons. You've heard it all over again, but I want to thank you for listening to us, and please, I just had a plumber come in, $500 an hour, and he was totally confused and lost in my house between 2 rooms. He had been smoking marijuana.
Thank you. Thank you. Yolanda Rodriguez, Lisa Sarkin. Come on up, guys. Your time is running. Lisa Sarkin and Daria Nunez. Yes. Keep it down, Sergeant. Make them keep it down. Yes.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Rodríguez. Vivo cerca de un lugar de establecimiento donde se vende la marihuana.
I live near an establishment where marijuana is sold.
Si se vendiera de la forma como es la correcta, estaríamos apoyando. Sin embargo, está afectando mi comunidad.
If it was sold in a way that we could support, that was legal, we could support that. Nevertheless, it's sold in an illegal way.
Se está vendiendo a personas, pero esas mismas personas salen y la distribuyen a otras personas fuera.
It's being sold to people who are then going out and selling to other people.
Cerca de la casa, como hay muchas plantas, ahí tienden a fumar.
Near our house, because there are a lot of plants there, they tend to smoke there, so they're smoking outside of our home.
Trabajo en Stevenson y también los niños son afectados. Por favor, ayuden a que se regularice bien todo esto.
I work in Stevenson. Children are also being affected. Please work to resolve this.
Necesitamos que haya el apoyo para que tengamos éxito en nuestros hijos, a que no caigan en eso.
We need your help in order to help our kids not to fall in drugs as well.
Me preocupa mi comunidad, mis hijos y todos los personas que viven alrededor de estas comunidades.
I'm worried about our children, our community, and everyone who lives around these places.
Tenemos al lado una panadería y cuando vamos a comprar el aroma llega hacia la panadería. No sé qué está pasando.
We have a bakery next door, and when we go to buy at the bakery, the aroma gets there. I don't know what's going on with this.
Gracias y por favor ayuden a que esto se regularice para que no haya tanta contaminación ni daño a nuestra comunidad.
Thank you, and please help us to regulate this so there is not so much harm in our community.
Thank you. Lisa Sarkin, Daria Nunez, Father Scott Santa Rosa. Yes.
Good morning, Lisa Sarkin, Studio City Neighborhood Council. I am speaking here for myself. Everyone's heard me before. We need some kind of regulations. What's going on now doesn't work. Unfortunately, I believe Mr. Koretz's motion is exactly the same as what we already have that doesn't work. In Studio City, in 3 miles, we have 12 medical marijuana dispensaries, of which 5 opened in the last 2 years. We have one that is treacherous to get up to, 26 steps. It's not even ADA. We have no way to stop this place from being open. It's right underneath a lot of houses. Many of our dispensaries are on the way to schools. I believe there's a ban for them being within 600 feet of a school. We have 2 of them that are there. We need the general ban because that will still allow access to the patients that really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nunez? We need translation.
Yeah.
Hold the time. Go ahead.
Mi nombre es Daria Núñez y soy residente de Boyle Heights.
I'm Maria Nunez. I'm a resident of Boyle Heights.
Y yo vengo aquí no porque estoy en contra del uso de la marihuana para las personas que realmente la necesitan.
And I came here not because I'm against people who to use marijuana, those who really need it.
Sino estoy preocupada por lo que está pasando con nuestra juventud, nuestros niños, y yo quiero
Nonetheless, I'm worried about what's happening with our youth and our children, and I want
que hagan algo antes que esto esté fuera de control.
And I want you to do something before this gets out of control.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Father, followed by, I think it's Stephen Missick and Michael Larson. So if I could see Stephen and Michael, please start heading towards the microphone. Yes, Father.
My name is Scott Santa Rosa. I'm the pastor of Dolores Mission Parish in Boyle Heights. We are a small geographical area where there's no dispensaries within our area, but people like Daria Nunez are my parishioners. They come from a larger geographical area and have significant concerns about the proliferation of dispensaries. Where laws are unclear, I think we open ourselves to abuses, and I don't think most people in these chambers are against the use of medical marijuana. I am not against that. I think that is a good thing. However, I think the question that you have to consider is, should this come at the expense of people like the young people in our neighborhoods who are open to the abuses that happen when they do pop up these dispensaries in storefronts? So I am in favor of the ban because I believe it will give us the tools to regulate and control medical marijuana.
These are all
Thank
my
you.
people. Okay, next. Is it Stephen? Michael, come on.
Good morning. Michael Larson. I'm the president of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council. In Eagle Rock, we have 15 dispensaries within about a 1.2-mile radius. Recently, I saw a note from Councilmember Koretz that indicated that he thought there were 1,290 dispensaries in the city. Neighborhood Council, Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council is in favor of this motion. Obviously, we're on the record about that. And I know some of the council members are against this motion or on the fence because they are genuinely concerned about legitimate patients. To those, I would say, guess what agency is ensuring that this medication is safe and effective? Guess who is ensuring that the facilities are clean and safe for patients? Who is ensuring that the operators are not gang or cartel related? Who's making sure that the marijuana is not coming from the cartels or from our national forests? Nobody.
Thank you. Thank you. James Kane, Cynthia Matthews, and Sarah Lovering, please come forward.
Good morning. My name
Good to
is
see you.
James Kane. I'm with the Victoria Park Neighborhood Association, and I'm a lifelong resident of Los Angeles. I think the dispensary model is flawed, and it needs to be banned completely. I'm in favor of medical marijuana. I think it provides a need that is there. I've been around a number of people that have died in their ending days, was there with them with medical marijuana, but I think the dispensary model is flawed. When we market it under names like Dark Knight, Platinum Bubba, when we offer gourmet cheese pizza made with sativa hash baked into the crust, that is not medicine. That is using a drug. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Matthews, and I'm also from the Victoria Park Neighborhood Association. Within a 2-block area, we have 3 medical marijuana dispensaries. One is next to a preschool, one is next to the swimming pool on Pico, and the other one is next to a church. What are we showing our children about marijuana? That it's okay to use it? So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Lovering, Terry Ortiz, Julia Tarnowski, Susan Mancis, please come forward. Hold the clock. Just come on.
Yes, gentlemen and ladies. I'm here from the Sunland Tahunga area. My name is Julia Tarnowski. I am definitely in support of medical marijuana usage, and I am here, though, in support of item number 5. Within the Sunland Tahunga and the Lake, La Crescenta area, we have between 17 and 19 of these dispensaries, and each time one is closed down for various reasons, another one pops up. This is not helpful in the neighborhoods at all. And there is another way, and I'm hoping that you will be able to follow through on finding it quickly.
Thank you. Okay, next person, just come state your name.
Hi, my name is Terry Ortiz. I'm also from the Sunland Tahunga area. And, you know, I am for medical marijuana, but like Council Weiser said and Council Zine, something needs to be done, and I don't want to take more of your time, but I am for the soft ban on that.
Thank you. Next, state your name.
Hey, my name is Sarah Levering. My card actually should be in the other pile. I intended to speak against the ban. Could you put it in the other pile?
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Mancis. I'm from Shadow Hills Property Owners Association, but I am speaking on my own behalf. As a resident of Sunland Tahunga, I also want you to know that we are the biggest contingency in the San Fernando Valley of medical marijuana dispensaries. This is not, again, I echo the comments of many people here. It says it is not against or for medical marijuana. It is simply against the illegal clinics that are popping up literally day after day. There is absolutely no way possible to control them, as someone has said. They cause loitering, blight in our area, and we're already, believe me, we already have plenty of blight as it is in Sunland Tahunga. And they also take up the police's time very frequently when we need them in other parts of the community. So there's no way, again, for us to enforce this, and we're just asking that you please do something and enforce the ban. I'm definitely for the gentle ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Blaney, Nancy Friedman, and John Walsh.
Hello,
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Blaney, and I'm with Unión de Vecinos. First, we do support the use of medical marijuana. We also support Councilman Huizar's motion. And for us, basically, just as we regulate liquor stores, we also need to regulate the dispensaries, and we need to take the time to do that effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Friedman, John Walsh. John Walsh will be the last speaker. Go ahead, Ms. Friedman.
Honorable Council members, my name is Nancy Friedman. I'm from Brentwood.
Look, I told you, 20 minutes. Now you jump up again. We're going to ask you to go outside. Sergeants, he's disrupting the meeting. He's disrupting the meeting, and it's unfair to the people that are here orderly. You need to pay attention when we start. Okay.
Announced that he said he's leaving.
Yeah, he did say he's leaving. And see, I could call you names, but I'm better than that. Okay, Ms. Friedman.
I'll be brief. Nancy Friedman from Brentwood. Honorable Council members, in life, nothing is perfect. Please support a repeal and ban of the LA City current medical marijuana ordinance while waiting for a decision from the California Supreme Court and go forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, you're the last speaker.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org or at Walsh Confidential. I signed up for number 30, and I am against the medical marijuana ban. And I'm probably the only person in the room that hasn't toked in the past 40 years that is against the ban. Now, I'm interested in one thing, cleaning up the profiteers, and you've done a good job of cleaning up the profiteers. You have done a good job. I can see in our neighborhood in Hollywood, the profiteers are gone. Now, I see people out here that need medical marijuana. Now, I tried it once, didn't like it, and never did it again. That's the same reason I don't have any children. Okay? And I'm saying, on the part of every nerd in the United States of America or the world, do not, Huizar, you're crooked, do not ban the clinics. Venceremos!
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, what a way to close. The individuals who filled out cards and were not allowed to speak, your cards will be registered in the record. So now we're going to go to the other side with Raj Jawah, Oliver Summers, and Luis MMJ. Oh, yeah. Luis, and then you just put patient by it. So if you guys could come forward, please, sir, start.
My name is Raj Jawah. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County. City Council members, I'm here as a medical marijuana patient and productive cannabis user. The derogatory, a somewhat still endearing term, of course, being stoner, which is synonymous with being unproductive. I want to stand against that stereotype and say, yes, I can use cannabis and still complete a full day's work from 8 a.m. to midnight because I'm a filmmaker and that is the lifestyle. I heard the solution of the gentle ban, allowing patients only the ability to grow their own cannabis. I don't know how many here have tried to grow marijuana. It can be difficult. I have tried and have zero to show for my efforts and wasted money. A cannabis grow requires much time, space, and money to get started and maintain. Growing is not as easy as writing words down on the page for us to follow. Forcing us to do so does not magically grant us the talent, skill, and ability to grow marijuana, just as many of us would not be able to grow our own food if we did not have the option of the grocery store tomorrow. I come to you also as a patient, a sufferer of depression and anxiety. I use cannabis to keep me from losing my mind on every little detail of the day.
Thank you. Oliver Summers, Luis, the patient, and Jeff Ross. Jeff Ross. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Oliver Summers. I am with the Greater Los Angeles Collectives Alliance. I am also with UFCW. Each one of you received a piece of paper that said cost breakdown of a small one-light medicinal cannabis grow tent. I hope all of you got one of these. We are asking to submit this into evidence because the gentle ban that you guys are referring to would cost at a bare minimum with a lowballed number, $5,313.72 to set up a one-light grow tent. Now, I know a lot of you aren't growers. I have been, and trust me when I tell you this is the bare minimum. We need to do this because we need to fight together. We need to compromise together. If Michael Oliveri here is my patient, so what? I'm supposed to grow full-time for me and Michael, and my wife is supposed to support the three of us? That doesn't fly, and you know that. So please, ladies and gentlemen, look to the man to my left. Look at me. We've been here for many, many years. It is time for us to compromise and work together. But honestly, growing is not feasible.
Thank you. So, Louise, Jeff Ross, followed by Don Duncan.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Louisa Padilla-Maropoulos. Next month, in August, I go into surgery for a bleeding disorder that is caused directly from the medications that I have received from my doctor over the years. I'm not looking forward to going into the surgery. Let me tell you something. Nobody likes to be cut up and hacked up. It really upsets me that I feel that none of you here really truly understand what it feels like to be a patient. And I'm not asking you to feel sorry for us. I'm not asking any of you to kiss our behinds. All I'm asking all of you is to have some compassion. Because you know what? You really don't understand what it's like to be in our shoes. You don't know what it's like for us every morning to wake up and not being able to plan your day because you have to plan your day over your pain issues. Now, as far as growing it, that's not an option. It doesn't work. Not for me.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Jeff Ross.
Sorry, my name got put in the wrong stack. I was supposed to speak on behalf of support of this.
Our next speaker.
Good morning, council members. My name is Don Duncan. I'm the California Director of Americans for Safe Access, the nation's leading medical cannabis advocacy organization. And you've heard from me on many occasions in the past. I hope you've had an opportunity to review the letter I sent in advance. I hope those of you who received letters from our members have also had a chance to review that giant stack of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters that went to many of your offices. Over 11,000 of our members have written to you in the last 20 days saying reject the ban. A ban on medical cannabis collectives and cooperatives is an attack on patients. They need this. It can work in other cities. You guys have to get it together and pass regulations that protect safe access for legitimate patients, for legal operations. Over 50 jurisdictions in the state of California have done it already. In a few minutes, you're going to go behind closed doors to get more legal advice about medical cannabis. I hope you'll reflect on where that advice has brought you so far today. You're going in the wrong direction. Pass an ordinance that regulates safe access, do it for the legitimate patients, and live up to the early promises of this council to defend safe access. Thank you.
Our next speakers. I'd like to call on Monsignor John Moretta, Donna Perman, Monsignor John Moretta, Donna Perman, and Sarah Lovering. Monsignor John Moretta, are you here? Ms. Perman, go ahead.
Anyway, I came 2 hours walking 8 blocks. My back hurts, my legs hurt. Come all the way downtown. You should have kept Van Nuys open. Anyway, I'm mad because I probably won't be able to stay long enough to speak public comment with all these interruptions and closing it. That's wrong. Anyway, anyway, people grow their own is ridiculous. You're making, this is in a basic a ban. If people are going to have to grow their own marijuana, the only way they're going to be able to get it, that is a ban. This is wrong. Like closing down Van Nuys City Hall was wrong. This is wrong too. And keeping it down to 100 was also wrong. What you do basically was you never really had an idea for a complete ban on a thing. So what you did was that you make it nearly impossible with either growing your own or 100. Neither one is right. It's going to be drug cartels, and it's going to be back to the black market.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Monsignor John Moretta. Sarah Lovering.
Yeah, I'm Sarah Lovering. I'm with the Marijuana Policy Project. I'm here to urge you to reject the ban on medical marijuana dispensaries. I urge you to vote against Councilman Huizar's proposal. I think that Councilman Koretz's proposal is much more reasonable. Contrary to the claims in the Planning Commission report, crime in LA is down, not up, since dispensaries proliferated. Homicides and robberies have been dropping since 2007, and since 2006, LAPD's own statistics show that robberies are down by 25% and homicides are down by 61%. Voters in LA support the regulation of marijuana dispensaries, not a ban. A Mason-Dixon poll of LA County voters found that 77% prefer regulations and only 14% prefer a ban. There will always be a marijuana trade in Los Angeles. The popular and sensible thing to do is to regulate the marijuana industry, not to think that we can wish it out of existence. A ban will simply mean endangering patients who have to go to the streets.
Thank you very much. After Monsignor John Moretta, we'll have Will, Kim Neverman, and Mike Gray.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was put in the wrong pile. I would just want to correct the record that I am in favor of the ban. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Everything's in the wrong pile.
We have Will, Kim Neverman, and Mike Gray. Come on up.
Morning, City Council, Mr. President. I heard when Pro Tem President Weston said when he started the meeting, you know, about the death in Colorado. But we're here to talk about a ban on a medical substance that helps people, union jobs, and we all study history, everybody. I went to Eric's Learning Academy. I work with Weston Jr. on campaigns. You understand that history is going to repeat itself. Look back at Prohibition. Why take away union jobs? 2 Walmarts are supposed to open, one on San Fernando Road that we've prevented. But most of you guys come from union backgrounds also. And now that unions are very accountable for their memberships, and I think it's too late. Look at history, look at Prohibition. Thank you all.
Much. Next speaker.
Hi.
Please give us your name.
I'm Mike Gray. I wrote the original screenplay for the China Syndrome by way of introduction, and when my 5 years of research into nuclear power was eerily confirmed 12 days after the movie came out by the accident at 3 Mile Island, which basically followed my script in detail, I decided to take on the other critical issue of our time, and that is the failed drug war, which has cost us $1 trillion and has managed to increase the rate of addiction by 500%. So that's not what you'd call a success. What is the power behind this? Why is this going on? One of the first people I interviewed was Harvard psychiatrist Dr. Lester Grinspoon, who wrote 2 books on this issue after years of research. And he said to me that one day, when all of the research is finally allowed, you know, research incidentally is banned in this country by the Controlled Substances Act, prohibits any favorable research into marijuana.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Grinspoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Next speaker, we have Kim Neverin.
Good morning, almost afternoon. You know, us patients have been forced to deal with this for the last, 5, 6 years? I mean, you know, the patients are the ones that are going to lose. You're going to have one of 2 winners. If you do the ban, you're going to have every street dealer lined up 6 deep to vote for your re-elections. If you vote not to ban, the shop proprietors will be the winners. But overall, the ones that you're making suffer the most is the terminally ill patients. We're the victims here. And as far as crime, you know, that's how many fights, how many deaths, how many shootings do you see that are a result of medical marijuana? I don't hear anybody in here saying, gee, we need to close down the taverns and the liquor stores that are next door to preschools, churches, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you very much.
You know,
Thank you very much.
alcohol does
Thank
more
you, sir.
damage to
Thank
children
you very much.
than
Our next group of speakers, Kristen Finley, Raul Barrios, Alexi Keats. Please come on up. Kristen Finley, Raul Barrios, Alexi Keats.
Hi, my name is Kristen Finley, and I'm against any ban on medical marijuana. I urge you to vote no on any ban, or if you can't do that, table this for a later date. You say that collectives are dangerous, that robbery and murder occur within and around the vicinity of collectives. Well, unfortunately, welcome to LA. Crime occurs with or without collectives. Unfortunately, there was a shooting in Colorado in a movie theater. Crime happens. Humanity happens. You can't ban crime out of existence. But if you vote yes, you will unfortunately ban safe access to medical marijuana if you ban medical collectives. Patients will get sick because they won't have access to good quality meds. Patients will turn to the black market, and crime will unfortunately increase. Kids will have better access because they'll be able to go to the black market. Collectives only allow patients who are 18 and older. Kids cannot get in there. So if you ban collectives, kids will be able to have access to marijuana and all of the black markets. No one who is a patient who is terminally ill can afford to grow or has the physical capability to grow medical marijuana themselves.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Raul Barrios. Raul Barrios and Lexi Keats.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here once again. You know, my partner, my husband, Lever, and best friend, Wallace. Once again, I just want to tell you guys about safe access. I understand you guys want to ban it completely, but if you ban it completely, where are we going to go? Back in the time when there was no safe access, I went to prison twice on violations just so I can get marijuana from my homeboy illegally so that he can have his medication, so he can survive, and that way he can live. You ban it completely, there again, we're going to go back to the streets, trying to find it, trying to do things illegally, then now I'm getting in trouble illegally just so that he can have safe access. We're going backwards on all that. I understand you guys want to regulate, that's fine, that's dandy. We appreciate all the people who are compassionate and feel for us. We thank you guys so very much. We know you guys appreciate the medical marijuana that helps us, but we also want to regulate. We want these places that are not legal not to be there. The ones who are compassionate, let them stay up, let them stay open. Those ones that help us. In '98, we were both diagnosed full-blown, and here we are today, alive and talking to say, you know what, keep it safe. If you want to, look to Colorado. See what Colorado's doing for them, for their safe
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. After Lexi Keats, I'd like to call up Adrian Gross, Jess Thompson, and Danielle Sosa. Please come on up. Good day, sir.
Good morning, council members. I just wanted to start this with a joke. An AIDS patient, a cancer patient, and a multiple sclerosis patient decide to start a grow-op. That's the joke. Do you honestly think that people who are suffering from debilitating disease can start any sort of growing operation or farming operation, no matter how small, despite the fact that they're using all their resources on medical care? The ban that's before you on this agenda is completely without sense and is based completely in fear and ignorance. The majority of the opposition seeks some sort of resolution and regulation, and it will come. It will come with complete and utter federal legalization. That is the only path by which we can find any sort of substantial regulation. So any sort of ban is just going to mire you in civil suits again, and you're just going to be back here talking to us, seeing us once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please give us your name.
Good afternoon. I'd first like to start by saying that although we have had many people speak about their objections to safe and affordable access to medical marijuana, we've only heard vague moral reasons for their objection. I have yet to hear hard statistics as to why the proliferation of medical marijuana dispensaries is so bad for our communities. And yes, we even have clergy who has come to speak against it. However, lest you forget, there is a separation of church and state in our state. And I would like then to just make you aware of what each yes vote on this ban will accomplish and what it will say. Each vote for yes is yes. I would like to make all these people jobless. Yes, I'd like to deny the city much needed tax money. Yes, I'd like to deny people from using the only medicine that makes them productive members of society. And yes, I'll drive cancer patients to the streets to deal with criminals.
Your name, please. Next speaker.
Adrian Gross.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jess Thompson. I am a resident, proud physician, and proud compassionate caregiver and patient. A ban on any dispensary is banning safe access to medicine. Yes, there needs to be regulations. Those that practice dispensaries that are illegal should be gotten rid of. Places that are functioning to help patients out, to bring compassionate care to people Those places need to stay open. Please do not ban myself, patients, residents of Los Angeles. Don't ban their medicine. Please allow them safe access. Don't let us go to the black market and increase crime in the city, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, please give us your name.
Greetings, Council. My name is Daniel Sosa. I'm here to strongly urge you to not support any ban on medical cannabis. Any ban on medical cannabis would be backwards. It would deny safe access to people who need and deserve safe access to medicine. I would like to say a couple. No one belongs in jail for marijuana. Period. Please do not make patients into criminals. We all agree that there's no mechanism for enforcement. You know, we all agree that you guys have. You just admitted failure earlier in if you guys can't enforce it, why are you going to pass something that doesn't work? Again, another spin to the merry-go-round. This is not the answer. Support legalization of cannabis. Support a free market for cannabis. Do not ban medical marijuana collectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Albert D. Addis, David Lizama, and Kobe Lopez. Please give us your name.
Hi, Council. My name is C.J. Iktazarian. My condition is cerebral palsy. I'm a patient of California Caregivers Alliance in Silver Lake. I came here to support the safe access through regulated dispensaries. For me, collectively growing with 3 or less people is the same as a ban, be it soft or hard. Because I do not have the skills and physical capabilities of doing so, and neither do patients like me, growing collectively with 3 or less people will also create an enormous amount of uncontrollable and illegal street dealing. I would like to end by saying thank you for listening and for your time, and please do not ban the only medication that lets me live comfortably. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last three speakers, Albert D. Addis, David Lizama, and Kobe Lopez. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Albert D. Addis. I'm 63 years of age and have had medical issues most of my life. The medicine that they give you to help you on the side has done more harm for me than the medicine they were actually giving me for my symptoms. Now, I just finished medicine for cirrhosis of the liver, and I was taken off the medicine that the doctors suggested, and another doctor suggested medical marijuana, which helped all my symptoms, and including my mother, who just passed away of cancer. The only thing that helped her in her last days was medical marijuana. She is a victim of epilepsy. She was under heavy medication most of her life, and she didn't even know what she was smoking, but all I could tell was she had a smile on her face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Lizama and Kobe Lopez. That'll be the end of our speakers.
Who in their right minds actually believes that you are going to go anywhere and pay for your medicine with anything other than money? I challenge you to go to your Rite Aid and tell them that you want to contribute a couple of hours sweeping the floors in order to get the medicine that you need. I challenge you to pretend that you're going to be able to just grow your own medicine. I challenge you, if you need it, to take an aspirin pill, to be forced to grow your own willow tree so you can scrape the bark and somehow swallow that. It is ridiculous that anyone here is still trying to pretend that in any part of the United States, any transaction is done other than with money. Who actually believes this? This is just BS. From the president down to our city council, we must deal with bullshit.
Thank you very much. Colby Lopez.
My name is
Please watch
Chloe
your
Lopez
language.
Rodillo, and I live in Los Angeles. I am a 21-year-old working student living alone, supporting myself through college. I have a painful skin disease called psoriasis, and the most effective medication is very expensive, even with good insurance. Through the combination of stress relief, fitness classes, and medication, also with the use of medical cannabis, I have been able to reduce the amount of flare-ups and the time that they last. With the progress that I have made, I hope to reduce the amount of flare-ups to 1 per year. Please don't limit my safe access to medical cannabis use that helps me maintain a healthy quality of life.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now that culminates the amount of time allotted for the group of speakers, so the rest of the speaker cards will be put on the record, and that'll be, we'll now cut down the public comment. No. So that, all right.
All right, so that brings us to Mr. Koretz and Mr. Weezar, and then we're going to bring up the Chief of Police. Mr. Koretz?
I'll pass because I was going to respond to something Mr. Weezar had said. I don't even recall what it was now, so we'll discuss that later.
Okay, Mr. Weezar.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, we have our Chief of Police here, and I'd ask if he could come up to the table. And first I want to mention to everyone that he distributed a letter to all of us and to the public stating his support for a ban on dispensaries while allowing us to comply with state law which allows for qualified persons to collectively cultivate marijuana. Again, our ordinance that calls for 3 or fewer people to cultivate their own marijuana is not our idea. That is in state law. But first I wanted to thank the Chief for taking time out of his busy schedule to come here today. He's someone that has expressed to us on many of occasions that the fine men and women from the LAPD will do their job once we clarify for them what exactly it is that we are doing with medical marijuana. So, Chief, thank you for your, being here today, and I just wanted to open it up generally if you have any comments to share with us about your letter or otherwise on this matter.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman, and thanks to all the council for hearing me out of order on this issue. My Chief of Detectives, Kirk Albanese, will be here for closed session if you need answers about the police department, and my captain from Gang and Narcotics Division will be here also. They're subject matter experts. They've worked with the city attorney on this solution and will be more than willing to provide information. I think that what I want to say is to make absolutely clear that the Los Angeles Police Department supports Compassionate Care Act. We support the law. We have no issue with the medical use of marijuana as prescribed under state law. What we do have issue with is large for-profit businesses that operate outside what we think is state law and not only cause a nuisance to the community but because of public danger because of a very toxic mixture of high-value narcotics and a lot of cash. Just as recently as last week, we had a security guard shot in Rampart during a takeover robbery of a medical marijuana facility. We've had several murders at this facility, at these facilities. The cash is the issue. So we believe that if the city follows Mr. Weezar's recommendation and bans the existence of storefronts, that people will be able to get their cannabis as prescribed by a doctor within state law under another scheme, and we will be able to make the city safer by being able to police it. I know that the council is concerned about stretching the resources of the Los Angeles Police Department. I will say this, that it is my belief that once the city becomes clear on its position and the Los Angeles Police Department clearly enforces those laws as made by the city, that the vast majority of these establishments will willingly comply. And so it isn't going to be the Los Angeles Police Department having to do 500 or 800 enforcement operations. It will really be us just doing a few enforcement operations, and the vast majority of these folks are willingly complying. So if it's a resource issue, I don't believe that it will overly tax us. We're looking for clarity. We're looking to be able to provide public safety.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Alarcon.
Actually, I think I'd like to ask the city attorney to step forward. City attorney?
Jane, please come forward.
The Weezer proposal has been touted as a ban or a gentle ban, but as I read the ordinance before us, there are a significant number of exemptions. So as I read under definitions, section 3, subsection C, it says, well, first of all, B says, notwithstanding subparagraphs 1 and 2 above, medical marijuana business shall not include any of the following, which shall not be subject to enforcement for violation of this article. And then under subsection C, it says the location of any clinic licensed pursuant to Chapter 1, a healthcare facility licensed pursuant to Chapter 2, a residential care facility for persons with chronic life-threatening illnesses licensed pursuant to Chapter 3.01, a residential care facility for the elderly, a hospice, or a home health agency. That's a lot of exemptions.
Yes,
so
sir.
Why are we calling this a ban?
That's a great question. It is a misnomer. It was a moniker originally offered by the media, and it stuck.
Okay, but truly what the Weezer proposal is to essentially be a ban on what are retail or quasi-retail establishments.
That's right.
Okay, in commercial businesses. But there are numerous exemptions that would allow truly ill people to have access to medicinal marijuana.
That's correct.
Now, under the Koretz motions, we would essentially retain some access, but currently there are, I understand, at least 700 of these things operating. We've only authorized 185
approximately
of these, and some of those aren't in operation anymore. But under the Koretz proposal, we would be authorizing 185.
The terms of the Koretz-Wesson motion haven't been fleshed out. It's essentially asking for a report back. But if the report back wanted to embody the grandfathering that was originally done and that's now been approved by the Court of Appeal, you're absolutely right. It's about 182.
So the fundamental question is not whether or not we eliminate marijuana from being distributed legally under the city's laws. The fundamental question is which way do you want to do it?
That's right.
So whether you do it under the Weezer proposal or the direction that Mr. Koretz has expressed, there's still going to be a lot of access to marijuana legally.
That's right.
So it's choose your poison, or I guess. But I just wanted to point that out because I think we should not pit Mr. Weezer's proposal against Mr. Koretz's proposal and vice versa. This is a methodological question more than anything else, and there's still a lot of unclarity as to what the Supreme Court may do. And so it's no matter which direction we go, if we choose one of these two options, there's still going to be significant issues. And under either option, would there be legal challenges?
Undoubtedly there will, because the litigants have told us that they will continue to litigate regardless of the legislative action you might take. But I just want to remind us all that your counsel is between a rock and a hard place, not of your creation.
That's the first time that's ever happened.
and may it be the last. So let's all remember that we have courts of appeal saying, including our own, saying you cannot authorize or permit. That's the PAC case, which the California Supreme Court will decide.
Well, I'm over my time, but just let me say this, and I'll be done. I'll press my button again. But I think the important thing for people to understand is, under either proposal, there will be access to medicinal marijuana.
Very true.
That's the first thing that those who support its use should understand.
Thank you. Members, if there are no more questions for the Chief, then, Chief, I know you have other things to do.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I said, my staff, who are experts on this issue, will be available for the council as long as the council likes.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
No, Chief, you've answered. I just want to ask City Attorney one question. On the issue of exemptions in this ordinance, do they go beyond what the state law requires?
The state law delegates to local government the regulation and the regulation of establishment, location, and operation. So no, Councilman, it does not go beyond what state law provides.
So when we think about the state law, we talk about people coming together that may have an illness that they can grow marijuana between themselves and they can use it. They may have some exchange of money to continue that operation, but not on a wholesale retail basis.
Actually, state law says there can't be an exchange of money except to a qualified patient's primary caregiver. But beyond that,
okay.
You are absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz.
May I ask a point of information on this subject?
Go ahead.
For the city attorney, I wanted to ask, have you ever looked at John Vasconcelos' letter of February of this year, which exactly contradicts what you just said as the primary author of the state legislation?
Councilman, I have looked at that letter, but I was more impressed with his rebuttal in the ballot arguments that attended the enactment of Proposition 215. His rebuttal stated that Proposition 215 would not extend to those who try to grow too much or who try to sell marijuana. So I'm more impressed by that because that was what was put in front of the voters at the time.
So the actual legislation, SB 420, that was written considerably after that, you would just ignore the intent of the author?
I wouldn't, but the California Supreme Court has reminded us that whatever 420 proves to be, it's impermissible to amend Prop 215. It can only clarify it. So you cannot, by legislative action, amend Prop 215. So there can't be anything in 420 that contradicts Prop 215.
Well, Mr. Chair, for the record, if I could read the applicable sections of Senator Vasconcelos' letter. I'm deeply concerned that in the 9 years since we passed SB 420, certain people have evidently been advocating a marked misinterpretation of the language resulting from our task force and enacted into law via my SB 420 with regard to whether making a profit is somehow not permitted for medical cannabis providers under state law. It was certainly true that one side wanted to allow any profit making while the other side did not and would not. We took the openly deliberated, fully appreciated compromise way out. We catered to neither side on this issue. Instead, the task force created the language that appears in Health and Safety Code section, blah, 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 as follows. Nor shall anything in this section authorize any individual or group to cultivate or distribute marijuana for profit. The language we fashioned means nothing more or less than what it explicitly says. Nothing in this section prohibits profit. Nothing in this section explicitly authorizes profit either. But I must point out that nobody is required to obtain an authorization from the legislature to make a profit in California. The language does not in any respect purport to prohibit profit. If that had been the intent, the language would have stated so clearly. It obviously does no such thing. I should also point out that in section blank concerns activities by individual patients, caregivers, and others who would provide assistance to patients. Activities by collectives and cooperatives are governed by their own section, Health and Safety Code blank, and it is, of course, completely silent on the issue of profit. So this muddles things even a little bit more if you actually take the intent of the primary author of the legislation as he expresses in this letter.
Okay, Mr. Labange.
Just a couple of questions that I wanted to ask for, and I think everybody has great points that they did make, but I think the main thing, I think that Chief Beck said is certainty, I think is what I heard as far as how we approach this issue now. In driving through the city, and which we all do, you see places, and there was one public speaker, there was a 25, 50 stairs they had to climb up, you know, all these occupancies. I mean, your police department, your city attorney, planning's not here, buildings and safety's not here, and county health's not here, okay? There's some questions that I would need to get answered, and I don't know if it's an executive session to deal with this issue. We have not been able to successfully come to some position, and I was thinking in back in time, what a council has done here and not been able to make an appropriate decision on a matter like this. This is kind of where it's left to itself. I have serious complaints on Hyperion Avenue where people have collectives very close to each other, and as the people in Victoria Park, I believe it was, on Pico said, people leave the collectives, they smoke in public. We know many of you have been great on the anti-smoking campaign. Whether it's tobacco or marijuana, it still is an odor to people who don't like it. And also people doing things in their cars and other challenges that are there. I think what Chief Beck said articulated greatly, that there is compassion. The Los Angeles Police Department does support the compassionate use. And whether it's the state or whether it's the federal government, you know, puts us in a bind. So I'm very concerned, and I did meet with people yesterday, and some may be here today, and I look at them and I know they need this to help them make it through the day. But at the same time, the community needs some very red light and green light type structure. Talking to some colleagues earlier around the table here, red light and green light, what works and what doesn't work. Because it's almost like, to not use an analogy, a weed that is not maintained. A weed in the sidewalk causes someone to trip. A weed causes a fire hazard. This, using that analogy, is not a good analogy. But it's unlucky that we are in this situation. You're too young to know what that means, Mr. Weezar. Anyway, so, Mr. President, I don't know what our next steps are. I do feel, as we all do for all people, but at the same time, this is like, like a symphony that is out of tune. We have to get structure. We have to get it done. CBS, you know how many CBS stores are in the city, Chief? It's in the city. How many CBS stores are? Just take a guess.
Council member, I don't know.
In the greater San Fernando Valley, about 20. In the metropolitan area, which may include cities like Culver City, about 25. So there's about 50. And here we have this many dispensaries. I would support if CVS and Rite Aid sold this. I would support things of this nature here, because if it is what you say it is, then it's appropriate that we bring it into the mainstream. It should not be used as a ticket outside. But again, I need some direction. And Madam City Attorney, do we have this mapped? How many facilities does the City Attorney believe is in the City of Los Angeles proper?
So, Councilman, as of the 19th, as of yesterday, 762 facilities are actively registered under Measure M, which is the city's taxing measure. So the estimate is that there might be as many as 100 to 200 additional facilities that have not registered.
Right. So, Mr. President, I just think I need some more, as far as on the land use issue and the impacts on the neighborhood. I think we're all there on compassion, and I think, Mr. Correct, what you spoke of in your long history as a champion for many things is so true. You know, and I represent a district that has a lot of people in need. But at the same time, there's a balance. So I do need more answers.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak briefly before closed session. I think most of the discussion that we need to have about recent developments in the law need to happen in closed session. I'll reserve most of my questions for the city attorney for that, because we do have pending litigation and so forth that all of us members need to remember that we do have to respect the city attorney's ability to speak privately with us about that. But one point I did want to respond to Mr. Koretz briefly, because the letter from Senator Vasconcellos, while it might be persuasive on a policy matter, has no bearing on the court's consideration of the legislature's intent in passing SB 420, because the author's intent is entirely irrelevant to what the legislature enacted as it's being interpreted by the courts. And we can discuss that further, but his opinion 8 years after the legislature acted and after 8 years of potential legislative action that hasn't happened has no bearing on what the courts will determine to be the legislative intent whatsoever. So that's an important point to note. Look, it's clear to me that there's an absolute need in this city for safe access to, throughout California, for safe access to medical marijuana. And that's why I supported the Compassionate Care Act in the first place. And that's why I continue to support medical marijuana accessibility to those who are in need. At the same time, I think it's clear, and I think many of the speakers on both sides of this issue have agreed that this plethora of this explosion of dispensaries that we've had throughout the city is hopelessly out of control and is completely unregulated and isn't the best model for delivering safe access to those patients who need it. There is no regulatory control, and the City Council is left in a position where we have one case that says that we can't provide a regulatory scheme allowing for dispensaries because that's illegal under federal law, and we have another case that says that we can't ban dispensaries because that's preempted under state law. And that's the challenge that this council has. I think that with continuing work on this and with discussion with our city attorney, and I think we can provide for a way that we can restrict the number of these dispensaries, significantly reduce the number of dispensaries, and still preserve safe access. And Mr. Alarcon, I think, framed the issue well in saying that both of the measures that we're considering provide for some accessibility to medical marijuana. And the equation, the challenge is figuring out how do we do it in the best way that makes that addresses true medical needs while minimizing the adverse impacts that we have on our neighborhoods, on our business community from this explosion of unregulated, uncontrolled, unresponsive, unaccountable dispensaries throughout our city. And so that's the challenge we're going to have. I'm looking forward to having further discussion about it in closed session so that we can hear the impact of these cases and how they interrelate, and then discuss this a little bit further after closed session.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buscaino, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a little over a year ago, I worked the streets in the Harbor area as a senior lead officer. And I remember sitting in roll call, and when these facilities were popping up left and right, we had zero direction on how to address this quality of life issue of crime that was occurring in and around these facilities. I can truly testify that I remember seeing investigative reports come through my desk, IRs, on homicides, robberies, assault with deadly weapons in the San Pedro Harbor Gateway area and in the Harbor City area. You know, the voters of California voted to provide safe access to medical marijuana in 1996. We hear from advocates that medical marijuana is a legal, necessary drug, but it should not be easier to obtain than Sudafed, which is no longer available over the counter. Medical marijuana should be difficult to acquire. It should be something that is available in a pharmacy, and I agree with Mr. Labange that if you do have a medical prescription, then go to a local CVS and have access to it there. And I hear from my sister, who is a local middle school teacher. She knows firsthand that a couple of her own students have had access to medical marijuana because their older siblings had a medical marijuana card. You know, my office has received numerous complaints from Wilmington, Harbor City, San Pedro, Harbor Gateway, of these facilities just popping up out of the blue. One recently in San Pedro on 6th Street, which is nearby a local preschool. And for me, it's a public safety issue, and I'm going to do whatever is right, especially thinking of our future generations. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Usher, I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer this question, but I'll just put it out here for now. And I believe in the use of medical marijuana, and I have my personal stories too, but you don't need to share them at this point, because my concern is a practical one. And the practical one is on compliance and enforcement, and whether or not the city has the resources to be able to engage in compliance and enforcement. And I was wondering if you could walk us through, or maybe the command staff could, why is this out of control now? Does that indicate that we don't have the tools to enforce and bring compliance about? And we are in an interesting position because depending on how this council votes, we can strategically forecast ahead if we do a, quote, gentle ban or the other alternative, whether or not in our budget we have the money set aside, the ability, the staff, again, to engage in compliance and enforcement. So I was just wondering if somebody can walk me through that and why we are not engaged in compliance and enforcement now full scale, because there seems to be a continuous proliferation versus the other position, which should be compliance enforcement. Is it a lack of money in our budget, a lack of staff, a lack of capacity? Tell me what that is.
Council Member Perry, as it relates to the locations, you just heard 762 locations around the city. Limited police resources are now being redirected in terms of response to calls, in terms of quality of life issues, in terms of crime. You heard the chief mention the shooting the other day of a security person at a medical marijuana storefront. Those resources, those public safety police resources, certainly could be doing other things in furtherance of public safety within our communities. That redirection of those resources is not in our best interest. And I don't know if that goes to the heart of your question, but simply said, if those storefronts were not there, those police resources would be doing other things in furtherance of public safety.
Here's the heart of my question. You know, we need to provide people with certainty. So when we say certainty, we have this ability to look at our budget, where we are now, where we will be 6 months from now, a year from now, and we can say with some degree of certainty whether or not we will have the ability to either redirect or redefine how we allocate our resources, and whether this is something that this legislative body would agree to do. And as you move from one area, do you create a void in another area, and what the spillover effects of those would be. And so that's the certainty that I am looking for on behalf of the people who live in communities like 77th Division, like Newton, like Southeast, Southwest, and you know, the adverse impacts that this has had on them. I argued quite some time ago and was not supported on the distance and separation, because I felt that it was very critical to make sure that there was a distance and separation between, you know, sensitive receptors and, you know, schools, senior centers, and plus with mixed income housing with retail on the bottom. Now it makes it a lot more complicated. We actually had a building downtown that had a dispensary where condominiums on top and the dispensary was down below, and it created quite a bit of controversy. And that's why I felt the distance and separation was so critical. So again, to me, it's an allocation of resources and whether or not we will be able to provide, quote, certainty to people on both sides of this issue. And it seems as though we're not at that point.
Councilwoman, let me embellish on the Assistant Chief's answer. At the present time, the City of Los Angeles does not have a legislative tool. So there's a vacuum. And when there's a vacuum, proliferation occurs, lawlessness occurs, chaos occurs. So if you're looking for certainty, I would say that step one would be to give the city a legislative tool so that we can regulate, so that we can limit, so that we can allocate the appropriate resources without allocating excessive resources. I don't mean to speak for the police department, but I can't imagine the daunting nature of the task of trying to regulate and police 762 locations. It does seem unwieldy at best, and perhaps that's a significant understatement. So if you gave us a legislative tool, it will be litigated. I do not want to mislead you. There will be litigation that could be really small or litigation that could be very broad. But the last time you gave us a legislative tool, we got immediate cooperation.
Okay, here's one other point that I want to add, because you have to be careful of the semantical gymnastics in the way that things are drafted. So we have to be very cautious if we do go for a ban, that we don't open up another door. You close one door and open up another door, because everybody's very smart on both sides of this issue. Everybody has really great lawyers on both sides of this issue, and it's kind of like, it has a multiplier effect. So you have to remove any language that would allow a dispensary, say if you limit the size of a dispensary, say take one dispensary and then it splits off into 3 or 4 dispensaries instead, to be able to be within the definition of what a ban is, and yet basically they created more dispensaries, not fewer dispensaries.
So where we've gone with that, and Councilman Alarcon raised it, Councilman Krikorian spoke to it, this nomenclature of a gentle ban is not what the proposal is. There's going to be considerable access, but it will be regulated in a different way than currently. So the storefronts will close. Groups of 3 and fewer will dispense and cultivate among themselves, in addition to healthcare facilities of a wide variety.
But is there a risk associated with creating an exponential effect?
I think all of us might reflect on that and conclude that we have seen unintended consequences at every turn, but this has the likeliest prospect of certainty, if that's what you're looking for, because our Court of Appeal has already sanctioned very much this kind of proposal.
Okay. Mr. Englander, before Mr. Englander speaks, Mr. Huizar, what I would suggest, and Mr. Koretz as well, is that we go into closed session so that we can ask the legal questions that we need to ask in order for us to make a determination.
That would be great, Mr. President. I do have someone from the DA's office that before we go into closed session, I would like to ask them to come up to the table and see if there's any questions by anybody. That's a very important entity in this whole issue.
Why don't we just bring him in a closed session?
We could do that as well.
Yeah, we'll bring him in a closed session. Mr. Englander, did you still want to speak, or do you want to move forward into closed session?
Just briefly, if I could, very briefly, because I think what has been said, I don't want to reiterate all of that, just to share my position very quickly and let you know that I'm absolutely in support of and co-authored Mr. Huizar's motion and have been working closely with the city attorney as well as LAPD. And I want to take a second just to applaud LAPD's efforts in this, if I could, and not speak to the ban or the gentle ban. And I think that's been vetted, and we'll vet those things in closed session. But LAPD, the resources have been stretched thin. We have the fewest number of police officers per capita than of any large city, and we do more with less and a better job than anybody else. and that's because the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department have been doing such a phenomenal job. The calls for service that these bring, and people have been asking about, what about the resources? What are we going to do if we decide we're going to go ahead and close down these 700 to 800 or 900? We'll have to do it. But the calls for service over the long run, with maintaining what we've got, isn't sustainable because of all of the other crimes that these breed. I've worked very closely over the last several years with LAPD and my district, and in fact, we've closed every single one down. I'm the only district in the entire city that doesn't have a single one of these facilities, and we had about 80 of these. We went out and targeted them, working with the district attorney's office, looking at and working with state law, and went after them and closed every single one down based on the laws we currently have on the books, because they were all operating illegally. And from my knowledge and what I've heard is we haven't been sued by a single one that we've closed down in CD12. So with that, I think we've got to follow the spirit of the law and start over, start off on a clean slate. And it's, you know, LA has experimented with marijuana and failed miserably. It didn't work. And so with that,
you got keep it down.
With that,
keep it down.
I look forward to going into closed session.
Keep it down.
So, thank you. And again, thank you to LAPD and the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Englander. So this is what we're going to do, Mr. Weezar. I'm going to ask the representative from the district attorney to come forward now. Our city attorney said it would be better for him to speak in open session and be available to us if we need him in closed session. So we're going to ask the DA to speak now, and then if we need him in closed session, we will bring him in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought it was important to hear from the District Attorney's Office, since they are an important actor in dealing with medical marijuana in the City of Los Angeles. We have with us today Joseph Esposito, Director of Bureau of Specialized Prosecutions for the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. And Mr. Esposito, can you tell us a little bit about your experience and expertise with the District Attorney's Office as it relates to medical marijuana?
Yes, of course. Since 2007, District Attorney Steve Cooley has made me his point person on medical marijuana and medical marijuana-related issues. I was the head deputy of our Major Narcotics Division for 4 years before assuming my current position, and even in this position, I still supervise the Major Narcotics Division. I'm very intimately familiar with the medical marijuana laws. I've worked very closely with the City Attorney's Office and with the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. And do you believe that the storefront dispensary model is legal under California law?
I think if you go back to 2007 and 2008, the district attorney's position was very clear that the storefront for sale of marijuana for profit is illegal. And the district attorney's office still holds to that position today.
So, because the reasoning is that you believe there's for sale activity occurring at the dispensaries when that is illegal under state law.
Absolutely. If you look at the legislative history of the Compassionate Use Act and the Medical Marijuana Program Act, it's abundantly clear that the CUA did not authorize through any provision the transfer of money. It was very simple and straightforward. It allowed an individual qualified patient or their primary caregiver to cultivate and allowed the primary caregiver to supply to the qualified patient, and that was it. The Medical Marijuana Program Act added a particular provision that broke down the immunities that an individual would have. And within that section, it's 11362.765C, and it talks about the transfer of money. And in that particular section, it only says that a primary caregiver can receive reasonable compensation or out-of-pocket expenses. And what's important to note is, and this is where, with all due respect to Councilman Koretz, I would disagree with what the legislative intent was at the time, because when they looked at developing that particular section, the language said any individual could receive reasonable compensation or out-of-pocket expenses. That was then changed and lined out, and it was only then passed with the language a primary caregiver. Our Supreme Court of California has already decided what the definition is of a primary caregiver, and they were very explicit. A dispensary is not one.
Thank you. And finally, you're familiar with the proposals on the table today. One of them is the banning of dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles. Does the district attorney have a position on this? Have you guys discussed it? Are you public about the position? What is your...
Yes, the district attorney's office has reviewed both, what we know of both proposals. It is the district attorney's position, and always has been, that the CUA was a well-intentioned law, and the district attorney's office does not seek to prosecute individual qualified patients or their primary caregivers that have a appropriate medical marijuana recommendation. That being said, we've always taken the position that under California law as we sit today, a qualified patient could use, which under the repeal and ban the storefront model and then allow 3 or fewer to cultivate, allows that. It also allows for the cultivation that what everyone's called a gentle ban, but apparently isn't necessarily a ban, also allows for that group cultivation. The only group activity that is mentioned anywhere in California law, in the Compassionate Use Act there was none, and in the Medical Marijuana Program Act there was one, and that is that qualified patients or their primary caregivers could collectively or cooperatively cultivate, and that's what your proposal does authorize. So the district attorney's office, if people abide by the specifics within your proposal, would be complying with California law.
Great. Thank you, and I think that's what needs to be clarified. I know we're working, that all of us could agree is a flawed state law, from the physicians who could dispense this to anyone to the cultivation is also a problem. But that's not our language in the city ordinance. That's what we're getting from the state. That is what the state provides. And so I want to thank you for coming. I think if we go into closed session, we'll clarify a lot of misinformation, including that one of the courts held that the county ban is illegal. But it was only illegal because it did not provide for the 3 or less cultivation. So if we do ours, we would still be okay. And there's a lot of other things we need to clarify in closed session that will be in compliance with your understanding of what is allowed and isn't allowed. And like I said earlier when I started, and which the district attorney's office agrees, if we could continue any other approach other than the 3 or less cultivation, the city of Los Angeles will be not following the state law. And in order for us to be in compliance and allow for access, it's better for us to wait for the state Supreme Court to decide and tell us what we can and cannot do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huizar. With that said, sergeants, if we can clear the chambers, we'll go into closed session, and then we will return. So you can wait. You can come back and find out. Yes, City Attorney, you want to make an announcement?
Just for clarification, Mr. Esposito can be invited into closed session if council finds that his presence and information is necessary for council's consideration of the item. Until then, he should be asked to wait outside.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to go. You are not going to disrupt the meeting. Mr. Parks, you think we can slide your reconsideration in now?
The reconsideration, so the people that are here knows that we'll be coming back to hear it.
Well, what?
So we just asked number 17 be reconsidered for today's calendar.
Okay, so you just a vote? You don't want to hear from public comment?
No, we want to hear the public. They're waiting. We just want them to know.
How many of them are here?
About 6 people, and also the developer. And they're appealing a ZA hearing.
Okay, so we will reconsider the item. In fact, Mr. City Attorney, how could I reconsider item 17 now, even though we're clearing the chambers? What would I have to do?
Council could reconsider the matter and then hold it on the desk.
Okay, so let's vote on reconsideration on item 17. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, so Mr. Parks, that's back on the agenda. Yes, we will. We're going to conduct our business in the council chambers.
The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841. The City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks is proud to announce the LA Kids 2012 Free Soccer Camp. The camp runs July 17th through August 10th and is for boys and girls aged 7 through 14. Campers will receive free uniforms, free lunch, quality instruction, and swimming. Space is limited, and campers will be registered on a first-come, first-served basis. For more information, please call 213-485-4841.
will be returning to open session. We're going to give the cameras a few minutes to set up their equipment, and then we will proceed. What about now? Okay, Mr. Weezer.
Thank you.
We're gonna give them. Are you guys good to go? Just wait a moment, but I'm going to ask you to make an opening statement and Mr. Koretz, and then hopefully we'll get to the voting portion. In fact, Mr. Weezer, it's been recommended that maybe we do 18 first.
Okay, let's do 18. We could have Mr. Koretz.
Mr. Koretz.
Well, based in part on our discussions in closed session, I'd like to substitute a motion for item 18. What do I legally need to do that?
First, there would have to be a motion to substitute with a second, and then if that gets 8 votes, then your original motion will be for council, and then at that point you could make amendments to it.
Okay, well, I'd like to make that motion. Is there a second to do a substitute? Second.
Mr. Zine seconds. So, Mr. City Attorney, we have to vote?
So yes, right now before council would be the question as to whether to substitute.
Okay, so this vote is on the substitution. Mr. Parks.
Point of clarity, do we get to know what the substance of the substitute is?
I'm happy to provide it if I can.
Or should he provide that data now, or should it be after the vote on the substitution?
Should we know what
I think there should be at least a bullet point version of what he wants to substitute, so that
Mr. Koretz, what is it that you want to do?
I'd like to direct staff to prepare an ordinance and accompanying CEQA analysis to be presented to the City Planning Commission. This ordinance would ban all post-ICO dispensaries and impose restrictions on the 182 ICO registered facilities.
Okay, so this is a separate vote, Mr. City Attorney. It will have no relationship with the action we take on item 5. Is that correct?
That is correct. So first there has to be a motion to whether to substitute. If 8 votes are, if there are 8 votes, then Mr. Koretz should reframe the amendment of his item, of his motion, and then council would vote on that, whether to approve that request to draft.
And this would be, and we could still, let's say, if it was the desire of this body, they could vote yes on item 5. That would go into place, and this would be something that would be working on the side.
That is correct.
Okay, so I have people in the queue. You want to talk about the substitution?
Yes.
Okay, then we can start with Mr. Weezer.
Colleagues, it's very simple. We've had a long conversation in closed session. If we vote for the substitute motion or the original motion as proposed by Mr. Koretz, it is the same thing. It will be an exercise in futility. The Supreme Court will decide in the near future, in about a year, and we go this route. It still has to go to the Planning Commission, a CEQA analysis, come to the procedures here in council. We're going to, if we even implement this in time before the Supreme Court decides, we're not going to really do anything. We talked extensively in closed session. It's very clear to me that the only thing we should do right now is do the ban, allow patient access through what's allowed by state law, come back when the Supreme Court is very clear about what we can and cannot do. What if we do the 182 ICOs and the Supreme Court has a very different approach and decision about what is allowed, even if the ICO is allowed or not allowed. It's a very dangerous path. Again, what we're doing is trying to find different ways to make this storefront dispensary model work, when in fact it's not even allowed, and that's why we have so many problems. That's why there's so much frustration on all sides. Again, one of the most interesting phrases I've heard in my 6 years in council were a phrase used by Mr. Parks today when he thanked the city attorney for giving us the same answers to the same questions we've had for the last 5 years that we've been discussing this. The answers are clear. We just don't want to believe that that's the approach we should be taking. I ask that we vote no on the substitute motion.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The voters passed a measure called the Compassionate Use Act, and I think what we're trying to come up with is the compassion for those people that legitimately need marijuana in a medical form to sustain themselves. And as people have used it and misused it, the situation for at least the last 5 years here in the city of Los Angeles has really gotten out of control. And what we're trying to do is bring it under control. The 182, the original ICO, some of those are still in business, some of them are out of business. But I think what we do for the public under the Compassionate Use Act is show the compassion for those people who legitimately need it under the controlled circumstance. And then the other locations that are out of control would be put out of business by the authorities. So what I'm looking at, the realistic attitude of three people or less getting together in a collective, growing it, maintaining it. But as I said earlier, I visited an 89 to 90-year-old couple that are on their deathbeds dying of cancer. And when I think of people who are suffering that type of illness, that type of the life is going to end shortly, show some compassion and help them in their final hours of life. So I know the CEQA and this and that and the process, and it's been a lingering process for Mr. Reyes, myself, and all the colleagues. So what I think we need to do is something that's going to still give the opportunity to have it in a legal fashion and not push underground, because I think if we go for this ban, we're going to push this all underground, and the black market will just continue to be a scorn on the city.
Okay, let's hold down the applause. Before I call the next speaker, Mr. City Attorney, what would happen in the event that this council votes yes on item 5 and this council votes yes on an amended version of item 18?
The ordinance would be approved.
No, wait, come on, no, don't start.
And then after the mayor, if the mayor signs, then it goes into effect 30 days after that. And item 5 or item 18, meanwhile, is a request for our office to draft a certain ordinance, which would have to go through a certain level of scrutiny and review, and then come back to council after a number of months.
Cut to the quick. There is no quick. In the event that item 5 is passed, it goes into effect in X amount of days.
Correct.
Item 18 will have no effect at all on what happens with item 5. Correct. What it is, it'll be research done by your department in the event later on we get more flexibility through a Supreme Court ruling or something. But at this point, the one has no effect on the other.
Correct.
Mr. Krikorian.
Well, I originally rose just to clarify the process, but as long as I'm here, I just wanted to reiterate, I think, the important point that Mr. Zine made, which is by overwhelming numbers, the people of California voted to support compassionate use of medical marijuana. The legislature, in my view, has largely failed to create an implementation policy to make that goal realistic and effective. They haven't given local entities guidance in how we regulate, how we're allowed to regulate, how we're allowed to ensure safe access, how we're allowed to ensure quality, what advertising restrictions. They haven't dealt with any of that stuff. And so we're left trying to figure that out along with other local governments kind of on the fly. And so far, the process that we've engaged in has not, in my view, fulfilled the view of the voters in enacting the Compassionate Care Act. We've had this explosion of dispensaries that are completely uncontrolled, and I think we've heard from many people, advocates of medical marijuana and those who are here in opposition to or in support of Mr. Huizar's motion, both have said, let's have a better system of regulation that ensures safe access but protects the quality of life in our neighborhoods. And I think that's clearly our goal. So two things that I think need to happen come out of our votes today. One, we have to significantly reduce the number of medical marijuana dispensaries that are popping up throughout our city. Two, we have to ensure that those who need medical marijuana for their medical conditions have the ability to get it. And I think we can do that, and I applaud Mr. Kretz for attempting to do that with his substitute motion. But I do think that the status quo is absolutely broken. We have to fix it, and although we're not on item 5 yet, I believe we need to support Mr. Huizar's position while still working on this process through Mr. Kretz's substitute motion. And that, I think, Mr. President, as you pointed out, those are not inconsistent goals in my view. In the meantime, Mr. Huizar's motion does provide for the availability of medical marijuana through a variety of different venues. It's not just three-person collectives. It's also hospices, it's clinics, it's residential care facilities for the elderly, and importantly, it's home health agencies, which is nothing more than skilled nursing on an outpatient basis at home. We'll have the ability to distribute medical marijuana under this as well. So to me, there are many avenues by which medical marijuana would still be made available to those who need it under Mr. Huizar's approach. That may not be adequate for every patient who needs it. And that's why I want to continue to have this discussion moving forward on this, continue to have this discussion through Mr. Kretz's substitute motion. I think this achieves the objectives of it should be the best approach to achieve the consensus that I think most people in this city have, which is make medical marijuana available and safely accessible to those who need it, but protect the quality of life in our neighborhoods. I think this approach will do that.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I actually agree completely with Mr. Krikorian. I see no reason why we can't move on parallel paths. We all agree, I think, that no action is absolutely unacceptable. And the two proposals before us both provide some level of access to medicinal marijuana. Mr. Huizar's item number 5 provides an immediate ordinance, and therefore our action would take effect. Mr. Koretz's motion may not even be approved by the Planning Commission, and may require additional action subsequent. In any case, even to approve it would require us to approve an ordinance. But we would have the benefit of hindsight at that point that we do not have right now. And so we may get additional information from the Supreme Court on this issue. So I see no reason why we can't move forward with Mr. Koretz's motion as well. I would like to support both of my friends, Mr. Koretz and Mr. Huizar. I do not believe their motions are contradictory until we vote in favor of Mr. Koretz's ordinance, should it come before us. Then we might have a more interesting clash. But by then we'll have more information, and I think we'll make a much more informed decision. So with that, I would urge us to support both actions.
Mr. Reyes.
In the context of short-term and long-term, given that they are on parallel tracks, I still want to be very clear as to how we're going to enforce staying focused on that whole dynamic, because that's how we see results. So this will be a friendly amendment. In the long term, I'm viewing Councilor Koretz's approach as trying to build up this long-term perspective. But we still would need a report back, and I would submit this, Councilor Koretz, as a friendly amendment to have the CLA, the CAO, the city attorney, the police department, building and safety and planning report back in 3 weeks with a mechanism to fund a dedicated enforcement unit such that it allows the city to expeditiously enforce the city adopted ordinance relative to medical marijuana. So again, on the long-term basis, if we can get them back to us, these specific departments, so that we can actually start enforcing. And that to me is critical, so we can translate what was approved in concept to some level of implementation that's real, and that we can recognize those areas that are right now suffering from those who are essentially scofflaws, and start changing the quality of life for those who are right now being abused by those who are gaming the process. So that would be a friendly amendment.
You
Councilman
take that
Koretz?
as a friendly amendment, Mr. Koretz?
Oh, certainly. If that's an amendment to my motion, certainly.
Now you're on the queue, the last speaker as of this time on the queue.
Yeah, I would just point out, based on our closed session discussion, we think this ordinance could be back before us in as quickly as 3 months. And we expect the Supreme Court, on the other hand, to respond to us more like a year. So we may be able to provide adequate access for the patients in the city of Los Angeles during that period by passing this motion. I think it makes sense. I think I agree with everything that Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Krikorian said, except that I think the elements in Mr. Huizar's motion really provide virtually no access. But perhaps that's something we'll have to deal with for a few months. I get the sense that with the council, the overriding concern is getting rid of the problematic dispensaries as a primary concern, and so I expect item 5 to pass. But at least this gives us a chance to craft a way a few months later for patients who desperately needed to access medication that everyone, including most of the speakers calling for a complete ban, recognize we really need to provide. So I'd like to ask that we vote for this substitute motion, give a chance during the ensuing few months to craft something that works for everyone. And in the meantime, as we expect, item 5 probably will pass, and we probably will have a very hard ban.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. I've just been handed a note. Mr. Justin Zine. I heard you changed your name.
I had to get the name correct. If I can have Ms. Usher come to the table for a moment, the City Attorney's Office, to clarify that if Mr. Huizar's motion passes, which is the more restrictive, will there still be access within the City of Los Angeles for medical marijuana?
Yes, sir.
And that will continue, and if Mr. Koretz's motion passes and that ordinance goes through the process, it'll be restricted at that point to 182 or less, but during the entire process from now until the time the court comes up with a decision, Supreme Court, there will be access in the City of Los Angeles for medical marijuana for people with proper documentation.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wait. No, you guys, if you want to stay here, there's no hollering and screaming. I'm the only one that gets to do that. Mr. Huizar. Mr. Huizar. No, be quiet, please. Mr. Huizar.
At the minimum, we should be honest with the public as to what the hell we're doing.
No, come on, be
And let me
quiet.
say something.
Okay, one more outburst, I'm going to clear the chambers. So let us finish our debate.
What exactly is this substitute motion? This substitute motion will say we will do a ban, but then we will work on allowing 182 ICO, the pre-ICO ones, 182. to be very clear, by the time that happens, we're going to have a Supreme Court decision come near that time. In the meantime, there will exist a ban. I just want to be clear about that, because it is very confusing as to what we're doing here today.
Sergeants.
And I just want to be clear that we don't rush through
disrupt
this.
Mr. Weezer, hold it. Please, guys, you've been here for a long time, several days. I know this is important to you. Don't turn it into a shouting match, because if you do, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Let us please finish this business. You have been one of the best behaved groups of people I've ever met. So let's just stay calm if we could. Mr. Weezer, please continue your thoughts.
So I just want to be very clear as to what we're doing. That's what this substitute motion does. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney? The substitute motion? What exactly is the substitute motion that we're voting on?
All that's before council
Nobody
now
knows.
is the motion whether to substitute Mr. Koretz's amending motion for the committee's recommendation to note and file his original motion on 18.
Okay, so substantively, what is that?
Once we vote on that, then we'll discuss the substance of what Mr. Koretz's amendment is. So basically,
what is that motion? We're talking as if we're going to vote on something and nobody knows what that is.
No, but
Mr. Koretz has already framed his. I'm sorry.
Well, go on, Mr. City Attorney.
As Mr. Koretz has framed his intended amendment to his motion, item 18 is a motion relative to a request for the city attorney to report and a limited immunity ordinance approach to regulating medical marijuana businesses, and he has certain amendments to that motion that he would like to add to that motion.
Would you like to reiterate what your motion is, Mr. Koretz?
I do not have amendments to that motion. I have a substitute motion, which would say direct staff to prepare an ordinance and accompanying CEQA analysis to be presented to the City Planning Commission. This ordinance would ban all post-ICO dispensaries and impose restrictions on the 182 ICO registered facilities.
Mr. Krikorian, you want to give it a go as well?
Just as a point of order, Mr. President, if I'm not mistaken, I'll ask the city attorney to clarify. The process that we have to go through here is there was a committee recommendation on Mr. Koretz's earlier motion, which is before us today. The first motion has to be to substitute his existing motion for the committee's recommendation. If that is approved, what will then be before us is his opportunity to submit amendments to that existing motion, which are what he's described today. So the first vote would merely be to substitute his existing motion for the committee recommendation. We will then vote on that. Then there will be an opportunity to have amendments to that existing motion along the lines that Mr. Koretz has described. We will then vote on that. Then, presumably after that's done, we will have the opportunity to vote on Mr. Weezar's ordinance. So I think it needs to be, the process of this needs to be clear that what we're voting on first is simply putting Mr. Koretz's existing motion before this body for the purpose of amendment.
And Mr. Koretz, you're not on the queue, that you were already spoken?
I would just agree with Mr. Krikorian's assessment and ask that the first vote be done as a professional courtesy, and the second one could be on the substance of the issue.
Okay, so with that said, Mr. Weezar, I'm getting ready to call for the vote on this. Mm-hmm. Did you want to? Okay, so now on this Mr. Koretz's amendment or substitute, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, so now, Mr. Koretz, let's go through the specific.
Mr. President, if I may, so now before council is the original motion, Koretz-Wesson.
No, Mr. I thought you substituted that, Mr. Koretz.
Because the committee recommended something other than his motion, he substituted the motion back in. It's the original motion. Now I believe he's about to amend it.
Mr. Koretz.
So I guess I'll read it into the record again. I'd like to substitute for item number 18 that we direct staff to prepare an ordinance and accompanying CEQA analysis to be presented to the City Planning Commission. This ordinance would ban all post-ICO dispensaries and impose restrictions on the 182 registered facilities.
Okay. So,
Mr. President, before doing so, that would require a second.
He's got a second from Member Zine. Mr. Garcetti.
Just briefly, Mr. Koretz, the restrictions are to be worked out at a future date? Or what are those restrictions?
Yes, this goes through, presumably this would go through the whole process, but I would envision it, if I need to call it out, those that have been closed, those that have had criminal activity. We obviously, as we go through the process, want to narrow that down. But at a minimum, I'd want to deal with the pre-ICO ones. If we need to add those now, I'm happy to add anything that anyone wants to call out. But this goes through CEQA. This goes back to all the various committees that item 5 went through. It'll be fully vetted. It'll have to get through Public Safety Committee and all the other places. So I think any of the items that we all would find problematic will be dealt with.
Okay, so now we're going to prepare to vote on this. It's my understanding Mr. Koretz is requesting an aye vote and Mr. Huizar is requesting a no vote. So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. What?
9 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, did I request that too quickly, or? Oh, okay. All right, so now we move on to item 5. Mr. Huizar, you want us to just vote on it, or you want to?
I just want to say, colleagues, we've had a very thoughtful discussion, and I know this is a very difficult issue to deal with. As was mentioned, there are compelling arguments on all sides of this issue. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 3 options before us. One is to do nothing, which is the worst option we can do because we have no ordinance in place. It was sunsetted in June. And if we have that situation, we're going to see a number of dispensaries to come up once again, a proliferation of dispensaries pre-2007, since there's hundreds and thousands of dollars to be made from these dispensaries. And as Kamala Harris, our Attorney General, has said, as our District Attorney has said, a lot of these, a majority of them, are in it for the profit and not for providing access to medical marijuana. Secondly, our second option was what we had previously had on the table. Mr. Koretz has now amended that to say we're going to ban any pre-ICOs that existed. So that means that 182 can exist. But I want to remind you, that is just a motion. That needs to go through the process. That needs to go through the Planning Commission. We need to do the CEQA analysis. We need to go through the city procedures to adopt. So like I've said a number of times today, by the time that comes up again, we'll have a Supreme Court decision around that time. Our other option, which is the option which is up now, is item number 5. I would hope that you support it, because as discussed in closed session, it is the one that presents the least legal problems for us if we move forward with it. It is the one that provides easier enforcement. If we have a law in place that says dispensaries are not allowed, it is easy for LAPD, Building and Safety, and other departments to go after them and say, you are not allowed. Our LAPD has been asking us for clarity. They say, we just want to know what we can do. If we go the other route, and we have a number of conditions there, a number of you can't exist this way, you can't exist that way, you can't do this, you can't do that,
Come on, you're disrupting the meeting. Please don't. Go on, Mr. Weezer.
LAPD and District Attorney needs to build a case if we have to shut those down. Those take a long time, and that takes months, and sometimes those cases don't even filed. So, council members, a lot of you who have expressed compassion for access, but you have also expressed that there are a number that should be closed. If we go the route of doing nothing or doing an ordinance that has a number of conditions, it's going to be a while before we close those down. The easiest thing to do now, and I've repeated again, is to do a ban, allow our city attorney, LAPD, Building and Safety, and others to do their job, but do it easily and quickly, allow for access as allowed by state law. I'll say it again. The dispensary model sprouted out in the state of California that does not comply with California state law. And we will see that when the state Supreme Court makes its decision. So no matter what else we do, the best thing to do that is most cost efficient, the least legal resistance, is to do the ban, allow for some access under the state law, come back after the state Supreme Court decides. This has been very frustrating because, like I said, we have a terrible state law that needs to be fixed. If it's not the state Supreme Court, the state legislature needs to do something about this. Kamala Harris, our Attorney General, has written numerous letters to our legislature asking them to do something. She has talked about the criminal element that has infiltrated the dispensaries. She has talked about how, without proper direction from the state legislature, she is unwilling to write guidelines as to what and how medical marijuana should be dispersed in the state of California, because it is so confusing at this time. The state legislature attempted to do something this past year but failed. I would ask all of us that in order for us to continue not to be frustrated, in order for us to not continue to go in circles in the city of LA and try to find out what's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, we should all get together and urge our state legislator to fix this broken law. In Oregon, if you want to get a prescription or a recommendation, it has to be from a primary care doctor, and you have to show a history of that illness. It is a lot, and it's only for specified illnesses, and that way not as many people take advantage of the attempts to provide patients with the medicine that they need. Our legislature needs to do something about this quickly. Our state Supreme Court needs to and when we get direction from state Supreme Court, at least they will provide us direction what to do under current law. I ask for your aye vote on this. I think it's the right thing to do at this time. It's not what I would like to do. I recognize it's very difficult.
Okay, now, sergeants, you need to maintain calm in the audience. If they cannot,
I recognize that it's very difficult.
Hold tight, Mr. Weezer. If they cannot, then we'll have to ask them to leave.
I recognize it's very difficult to have 3 or less people grow their own, but that is the state law, and we have to comply with that. And I ask for an aye vote on this. It's the right thing to do at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes.
Again, the issue of implementation, enforcement is crucial, the same as the previous item. I'd like to instruct the CALA, CAO, City Attorney, Police Department, Building and Safety and Planning Department report back within 3 weeks with a mechanism to fund a dedicated enforcement unit that allows for the city to expeditiously enforce city-opted ordinance valid for the medical marijuana.
Mr. Cardenas. Okay, the question has been called. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Englander seconds. So what is the sequence of events that we do now, Mr. City Clerk? We vote to end debate?
Yes, sir. We should first vote on the matter of ending debate. And looking at the speaker's queue, it would be a 10-vote matter at that point in time, depending on which way we go.
Okay, let's open up, prepare that we're going to end debate, and that's what we're going to vote on. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, so that's moved. Now what's before us is item 5. On this item, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, for clarification, that will go over for a second read for 1 week.
Okay. So at this time, let's go to Mr. Parks had an item. It was item 17. So that will be before us. Mr. Okay, sergeants, sergeants, let's clear the floor. Come on, guys. Come on. Please leave the chambers. Please, Adrian, watch your voice. Please, let's leave. I think we have everything under control, Sergeant. So I don't think we need your presence. Is what I'm saying, Chief. I don't think we need their presence. I don't think we need your presence. But thank you for being on the alert. I think that could have been a lot worse, and it wasn't. Okay, so Mr. Parks, getting back to you. Did you want to speak, or you just want to have the public
hearing?
Okay.
Dion's got to say something.
Yes. Just
Mr.
a reminder, item number 17 is a fair hearing matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the speaker at the podium or at their monitors at their desks.
Okay, if we could have, I think it's Yolanda Kennedy, Edward Watson, Sharon Watson, Christine Lohner, is it? Miss Watson, please come forward. Or Yolanda Kennedy or Ed Watson. Oh, I see him coming up. And we're going to do public comment after this item. Yes, Mr. Parks.
I just want to make sure that developer preservation partners can follow up after the community comments.
Okay, I have a Kathy Collins and I don't have. Well, did I not call the name of the developer? If they're here, we'll make sure that they. But did I already call your name? Okay, so let's start out with Johnson. Who do we have? Yes.
Hello. Am I to start now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon to Honorable Herb Wesson.
She gets 2 minutes.
City
Let's go.
Council and Plum Committee members. We would like to thank the Plum Committee for partially upholding our appeal in regards to Western Apartment Project 10311 through 10333 Southwestern Avenue. We are asking that you uphold the Planning and Land Use Management's denial of developers variance in regards to Section LAMC 12.21.1A1 to permit a total floor area of 2 1/10 times the buildable area of the lot, 2.14 in lieu of the maximum 1 1 times the area of the lot. The Plum Committee has ruled that they would give them 1.9, but we request that the maximum permitted floor area by law, that is 1.5 in the general plan, be enforced. So we are asking for that in for that variance. And also we ask that you uphold the Plum Committee's decision to deny the developer's variance to allow a maximum height of 45 feet in lieu of the transitional 25 feet requirement of a project that is within 49 feet of the R1 zone in the general plan. Also, we're here to talk about the notice of determination that was never received by the the residents. There was a notice of findings of no significant impact and a notice of intent to release funds prepared by the Environmental Services of Los Angeles Housing Department on 5/27/2011. It allowed for public to comment until 6/11/2011. However, the residents surrounding the proposed project were not informed of the project until February the 6th, 2012, 8 months after the last date for comment. We were not able to comment in regards to an environmental report, a categorical exemption, and our rights were taken from us, which by law we were supposed to have been able to speak on this project. It says that there was no significant impact to our community, but a whole city block is being demolished and reconstructed, and I do consider that a significant impact. They'll be going hundreds of feet into the ground, and I think an environmental study is required.
Thank you. Now, do we have Edward Watson, Yolanda Kennedy? Where's Yolanda Kennedy? Okay. Okay, Mr. Watson, you're up. Followed by Yolanda Kennedy, followed by, I think this is Kristen Lahner. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Councilman Wesson and the City Council. I'm just going to expound on what my wife had said. At a meeting we had with the developer, Mr. Shimensak, we asked him, would he want this project behind his home, and he said no. So that should tell you something about the project that's going on. When the project became a by right, it took away our rights. We had no chance as community members. I've been a member of Manhattan Place for 29 years. I should have had the right to at least talk with the developer about putting up a 4-story building in our area. Now, when you say you're going to come in and do some improvements in our community, shouldn't the citizen of that community have a right to say something about it? Instead of you just stuffing stuff down our throat? And I understand that this project is quite a bit of money from HUD in the city and all that, but citizens who pay taxes, who live in this community, and that's why I moved there, because it's a nice, safe community. I've been there 29 years, and I feel very offended that this was allowed to happen. Citizens, if we don't have any rights, then it's just a travesty. I'm very angry about this, and I'm not so much angry with the city council. I'm just angry that this situation had to happen. This is our second appeal that we've come to talk with, and I know you have a lot more important things that you could do than be coming down here with listen to us about second and third appeals. If this had been done right the first time, had brought the community involved, had sent us a letter, here's a project that started in 2009, and we found out about it in February of 2012. Variances, category exemptions were given with no regard for the community. It's like things were just pushed down out, shoved down our throat. The building is going to be 4 stories high. It's less than 100 feet from the back of the community residence, which is a violation. They've dug down 100 feet and found chemicals. They have asbestos in the building that they're going to tear down. There's asbestos is in the tile. We know it's in the walls. There's lead in the paint.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Watson. Ms. Kennedy, followed by Kirsten Lohner. Yes, ma'am.
It's been a long day. I'm the daughter of Ella Kennedy. She is really, really worried about this project, and it's making her ill. So she's not here. I'm here on her behalf and the other elderly neighbors who are not able to attend. I'm going to get straight to the point because I don't know if I can read all of this in 2 minutes, but we want an EIR. And we also want a delay in the development of the constructions for the review so we can be allowed the opportunity to review that required EIR. I know the Plum Committee exempt based around the SICA, but after more review, it no longer applies because they're going to be digging underground. The carport is now underground, and that is a significant environmental issue. Anytime one digs a massive hole in the ground, it's likely to affect the environment. Nevertheless, it's our contention of the residents of Manhattan Place that this development will have significant impact from the surrounding environment, and it is not categorically exempt from the SICA requirements. The immediate area has extraordinary circumstances. The seismic uncertainties, it was Ward 3 bunkers underground. It's on an earthquake fault, and this site was a dry cleaning business with chemicals in the ground.
Finish your sentence.
Moreover, the developer desires to add dwellings, additional dwellings, not the 23 dwellings, but 63 units.
Thank you.
It is the impact.
Thank you. Kristen? I usually make people come and they stand up one behind the other, but I see you might be carrying an extra, so I want to afford you the courtesy. And good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, Council President and Council members. I am representing the Developer Preservation Partners at this site. So that you are aware of a few facts about the project, it is 63 units of affordable housing that has received a $20 million subsidy from the city, the state, and the federal government. We have worked with these neighbors to eliminate one of the variance requests for transitional height. We will comply. We have reduced the FAR variance from 2.1 to 1 to 1.9 to 1. There is extensive landscaping of 20-foot high trees along the alley. We're working with the council office to gate the alley in the rear. There has been significant criminal activity there. We plan to put in directional lighting at night in the alley, as well as security cameras throughout our building and the alley. We will work with neighbors who wish to have their fences in their rear raised to accomplish that, and will allow them the use of our community room for their neighborhood meetings. We have worked diligently to try and come to a compromise with this community, and we appreciate the assistance of the council office in facilitating many of those meetings. If there are any other questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Collins or Catherine Collins, and someone didn't put a name, it's just Empowerment Congress Southwest Area Neighborhood Council. So are you Ms. Collins?
Yes, I am.
Yes, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, President Wesson, and to the council members. I was going to try to read this letter, but I'm just going to come from my heart. We have been homeowners in this neighborhood for 50-plus years, and we feel horribly disrespected and overlooked. We have worked hard in this community to make it what it is today. We have submitted pictures so you can see what our homes look like, how we've invested in our homes and landscaped our homes. And this building that they are proposing to put up behind our homes takes away our privacy in our own backyards. And we ask that you have a heart and understand that we wanted to be included in these plans and not just told what to do and what to say. We have a voice in our community, and we are very proud of the work that we have continued to work for. In 1964, the civil rights were put together for people, and we feel as though that our rights, our land rights, and our property rights have been violated. And we ask that you have a heart and understand and hear our concerns. Thank you so very much, and I pray that you will rule somewhat in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there someone here representing the Southwest Area Neighborhood Council? If not, the last speaker is Mr. Herman.
Can I take her place?
Excuse me,
Was that you?
Excuse me, Mr. Wesson. Mrs. Cotton had a previous appointment.
Okay.
She was here this morning.
All right.
She had to leave.
I got
so
you.
thank you so much.
All righty. Mr. Herman.
Can I take her place, please?
Mr. You have a card on this item?
I had a card, it got shuffled up. I was one of the first cards in.
No, there's no card. What was your name?
I was the second person, Oliver. He had his card right with mine.
What's your name?
Michael Oliveri.
On item 17?
On any item.
No, I don't have your name on that item. Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, are you going to speak or not? Come on. Come on, Mr. No. Mr. Herman, come on.
These are the reasons why we have so many problems within the community. We're being forced and pushed. How is it that we have a plum and a planning commission that can't take the action, the appropriateness to be transparent within an area that is impacted by the problems that were discussed right now? I'm not going to get into that formality of pinpointing it, because you heard these constituents. They're not very happy. I've not been happy in the way the city has allowed, again, the Planning Commission.
Mr. Wesson, he's not talking about this variance on this property.
Come on, Mr. Herman, you can stay connected to the item.
I'm getting to it. So under a 1/10 times the buildable area, do you not think that that's going to infringe on the privacy of others in their own community when they cannot be involved under the Brown Act to speak on the terms and conditions that are being placed within their own community? Think about it. We've heard this over and over by many throughout the city of Los Angeles complaining in the action that these committees take without putting public input first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Parks, you just want us to vote on the item, or did you want to?
Let me just clarify a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate the community coming down. First of all, this project funding is one of 4 projects that was funded throughout the city. Secondly, there's been 2 errors. One, when this project first started, the developer met with the case manager and was told it was a by right project with 63 units replacing 24 current units. Later they found out in the process that it was not by right, and they then began a community process. We have worked with this developer and feel as though there was a number of things that they did listen to the community. We've worked with them on the sense of looking at closing and vacating the alley. They've agreed voluntarily to remove nuisance trees. They also have reduced the height of the building into where it's now a by right building. And so we agree with the issue of the zoning administrator to deny the height because they've already made that change. They've added another $2.5 million to the project by reducing the height and then putting the parking underground. They've also made voluntary commitments to allow the community to use their facility for access for their own community meetings and a variety of things. And so currently what we have there is 24 units that are in not the best of shape with no on-site manager. We have a facility in which there are no services. They're replacing it with a 63-unit affordable housing with on-site social services for job training, vocational training, 24/7 on-site management with code required for parking, and so the parking is now underground. And so the only thing that is currently of issue is to raise the FAR, in which we agree that because of the type of units there and the people that they will be attracting, that we'd like to have larger units because of the larger families, and that is the only issue that is under consideration. And we agree with the zoning administrator that the larger FAR is appropriate and everything else is within by right. And so we ask for an aye vote on the Plum Committee report.
Okay. On this item, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Do we want to wait till he comes back? Mr. Cardenas.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we reconsider item number 5.
Okay, so Mr. Parks, forthwith on yours?
Excuse so I can go to start the neighborhood committee.
Oh, okay. But you may want to wait. It's
Just
fine.
30 seconds. Just
Yeah.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay, so forthwith on the last one. Now let's go to item 5. Let's vote to reconsider. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now let's vote on item 5 measure.
Mr. President.
To make sure that the amendment that Mr. Reyes requested is in that, which was about the report back.
Sure, if I may, I'm happy to read that amendment for you.
Well, go right ahead.
It would be to instruct the CLA, CAO, City Attorney, Los Angeles Police Department, and Department of Building Safety and Planning Departments to report back in 3 weeks with a mechanism to fund a dedicated enforcement unit such that it allows the city to expeditiously enforce the city-adopted ordinance relative to medical marijuana.
Okay, then...
Mr. President, we would need a second on that amendment.
Mr. Englander seconds that. Mr. Cardenas, I want to wait till... Can you go get him? We're just going to wait for 1 minute. So where's his staff? Okay. If everybody tells me that's okay, now we're going to vote on this again, and it should get a unanimous vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Labange, if we could forthwith, if we could begin the rest of the public comment, general public comment.
I'm going to call the names, and I thank everybody for their patience today. Mike Oliveri, Donna Perlman, Cheryl Eichley, William Russborn. This is for general public comment. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Oliver Summers, Daniel Jones, Max Gale, Christina Finley, Will of 90024, Kim Neverman, Daniel Sog, Irma Chavez, Raul Barreras of Long Beach, Alexa Keats, Adrian Gross, 90019, John Brown, Heidi Antonio Ramirez. Hi, Antonio. You're Antonio?
Antonia.
Antonia.
Female gender.
Thank you.
This is a matter of principle. Did you see the outbursts of these people? As a nonviolent, you should have seen the looks on your face, every one of you, with a sheer fear and apprehension and intimidation. This is exactly what happens when I or any of us military veterans call for LAPD assistance when we get ambushed by illegal aliens and gangbangers. And again, you had the support within a split second. You had a double formation of LAPD to protect you. We don't get that kind of protection from LAPD when it comes to the gangbangers and illegals. But I want to take this opportunity. I want to salute the great American warrior, Chief John Welter of the Anaheim Police Department, for taking on the diabolical Latino criminal gangbangers and illegal aliens in Anaheim. Now these pathetic scavengers and leeches cry out discrimination and racism, and that's not the case. They are simply trying to muscle and enforce the Anaheim Police Department and the city into submitting to their gangbanging empire. I say bravo, bravo to Chief John Welter. And furthermore, again, I am very disappointed with The following: Richard Alarcon, Tony Cardenas, Dennis Zine, Mitchell Englander, Jose Huizar, Antonio Villaraigosa, a puppet, Ed Reyes, Police Charlie Beck, the LA City Attorney's Office, and Herb Wesson, along with their staff members, who have failed to protect and serve the people of City of Los Angeles. They have only used and protected the illegal aliens and wetbacks. Therefore, they will leave with a tarnished reputation all the way to the pathetic graves. Again, Los Angeles is not safe. The crime is up, and it will not go out until Charlie Beck is out. We need people like Jan Brewer and Pete Wilson. Bravo, Chief John Welter of Anaheim. Bravo.
Thank you. Donna Perriman, you returned. Thank you. Your name was called.
Yeah, I was outside, so I was taking some medicine. My back hurts. Oh, my legs hurt. Anyway, this took a long time to come all the way over here to when I should have been over here and over there in Van Nuys. Mary anyway wants to give the condolence for those who were murdered in Colorado. Anyway, Mary's child is visiting from college, so she couldn't come. Anyway, hopefully when Miriam comes back, we will be in Van Nuys, where we should be. You need to open up the Van Nuys City Hall, but you just want to shut us up. You don't want to hear us. You don't want to. You don't want us to warn people. Let's not vote to get rid of the death penalty. How can we deal with monsters who murder people in cold blood, innocent people who are just going to the movies? It was just one example of those dangerous felons monsters out there. We need the death penalty for cases like this. We need to protect the Second Amendment rights. Many law-abiding citizens who use this protection in practice, and it can save us from these monsters. You don't want to listen to people. You don't care about the constituents in the Valley. You don't care about the constituents over here in Los Angeles. He didn't care about the people over there in the marijuana either. And it's terrible to make disabled people in the Valley come all this way, taking the subway. And it's a crowded area, just waiting for the monsters to attack. You want me to go on that subway. You want to make it dangerous for me. You don't care about city employees. That's why you will close this down, so we couldn't speak on them. You don't care about saving money. You waste it right and left. The savings you get on getting on the video, Van Nuys video conferences is chicken feed for what you spend. The wasteful spending, all the things that you spend on, and it shows that you don't care about the city employees. I'm not sure you care about anything.
Thank you very much. Nick Simpson. Mike Greenspan. Sir, I have to have a card. Kevin?
I was skipped.
What was your name?
Kamani Evans.
I haven't called it yet. Hold on just a second, Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We got Nick right here. Who's coming up in the orange? What's your name?
Mike Greenspan.
You're Michael. Come on right now.
Okay. Thanks. Boy, it's been quite a long day. This is an outing, believe it or not. Yeah. Bill Rosendahl wasn't here last fall. He had his out day. We have Outfest, various forms of outing. But this is not that kind of outing, not a lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender outing. In fact, it's nothing to do with sex. I'm actually outing something that can't out itself. It can't come here and out itself. It's the Stephen O'Connell Center at the University of Florida in Gainesville. When you see this Gator logo, you're watching a basketball game, home of the Florida Fighting Gators. I'm outing the O'Connell Center. It was built by the Lunch Smoking Schwarzes, an all-black construction crew smoking Gainesville green for lunch on the University of Florida campus. You can use that as your excuse to chicken out with your Bruins and your Trojans for a reason not to play in Gainesville. Because after all, the building might fall in. Well, the Gators will be playing in their 33rd season. Was the marijuana they smoked for lunch, was it medicinal? Was it recreational? Neither. It's University of Florida. It's lunch. So you don't see the construction crew on the typical stoner billboards. But that doesn't diminish the fact. Hey, I wanted to out it before I go back to Florida to visit my family so I could tell others that I've outed it. I wanted to out it in the face of the wacko birthers that comprise the racist Florida Tea Party, to let them know That was their tax money. Are there any structural defects? No. Was it caught during its construction? No, because AFSCME does nothing but collect a paycheck. That's all.
Thank you. Dollhouse, not here. Mr. Evans, Mr. Herman.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamani Evans. I was recently diagnosed March 25th, 2010 with multiple sclerosis. This is bigger than me, though. I was 36 years old when I was diagnosed. I'm 41 now. I have a 3-year-old daughter. When I say this is bigger than me, it's about her. I can't pick her up, put her on my neck, walk around with her like she begs me to do. She asks me, "Daddy, why can't you walk? Why can't you run?" And I say to her, I have MS, multiple sclerosis. Now imagine telling a 3-year-old that. The reason I say this is because I want to fight. I do not want to sit on the couch or in the bed or in some hospice center taking Valium, sedating myself, Vicodin, Rebif, Salamedrol, all kind of stuff that they want to, pharmaceutical drugs that they want to give me. I refuse to take that. I want to fight. I haven't given up. And this is bigger than just me and my daughter. This is about a girl named Christy Heinzen and another young lady by the name of Roxanne Bernstein. These two ladies are sitting up in the house, nothing to do, sedated, not fighting, giving up. I'm trying to convince them that you can't give up. This is just a season you're going through. You will be through this. And with my help and with your help and with all of your help, we can come back. This isn't a death sentence. So what I'm saying to you is that medical marijuana, along with the collectives, are giving us inspiration, the drive to fight, the warm feelings. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, your time is up. Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman. Followed by Mr. Walsh.
Residents of Los Angeles, what backdoor politics are happening here at City Hall? Ordinance under 54954.3-A, Ralph M. Brown Act states, before and during consideration of each agenda item, the public must be given the opportunity to comment on the item. Precisely, the item in discussion. I placed my card for item 5, 18, and so forth, and I was not heard, let alone I was not to be heard. This is not democracy. This is hypocrisy. When politics behind closed doors and in a closed session for 2 hours puts the public outdoors for our health and safety, for those of us who take medication, for those who are prescribed medications, and for those of us who depend on medications. I don't see wrong in the measure of what's happening here between balancing this problem that you've created, council members. You acted upon the taxes and the revenues of what this action of medical marijuana dispensaries would do for you, and now it backfired. Now it's kicked you in the ass, and the public is upset. And yes, I use this word, kick in the ass, unfortunately, because I've waited here all day to speak on issues that are more important than the ridicule and the disrespect that you brought upon this ordinance and couldn't forward it in a way that would work for us. So now you will have to take the action and face the gauntlet of what you brought upon this city. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, I thought I saw Donna. I thought I saw Donna Pearman. Donna, did you speak? All right. Okay, Mr. Walsh.
Job today. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Let me tell you what just happened. They voted to ban every single marijuana clinic in this city. That's what they did. And they voted to create a new organization to close them down. Now, why did they do it? Look at L.A. Now, the L.A. Times. At 1:01 p.m., the mayor suddenly decided, after 2 or 3 years, he's in favor of a total ban. Why did the mayor decide that at that time? From the White House, from Obama. Then they completely dropped every opposition. Koretz dropped his opposition. They were in this room. There was somebody representing the President of the United States and the mayor in this room for the 2 hours, and they twisted Koretz's arm, and he gave in. So let me tell you, if you don't like this, don't blame Koretz, don't blame anybody except the mayor who betrayed the hippies, who betrayed the potheads. That's what happened today. Now, you're not going to find this in the Times. You can see on the website, tweeting by Linthicum, the reporter. The first she heard about the mayor being against medical marijuana was at 1:01 when we found out about it. Now, she's supposed to know everything. Now, do you think that this is a coincidence that while they're in executive session, the mayor plays these games? I'm telling you right now, I feel like Lou Parker. Except I don't have any marks on me, but I do feel like Lou Parker. And if you want to know what's happening in this damn city, you come to HollywoodHighlands.org, because I just told you what happened, and nobody in this city and nobody other blogger will say what happened. The president and the mayor came in and twisted arms, and now the whole city's going to blow up over medical marijuana.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Juarez. Michael Carrion, Yolanda Kennedy. Do we have Mr. Juarez here? Michael?
Thank you. I'm glad Mr. Reyes just walked back in. The city attorney filed charges against the banks for blight.
Hey, let me stop your time for a minute, Michael. I'm fine with Mr. Herman standing beside you. Is that the way you want it?
With me, yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Anyways, the property, the city attorney's filing charges stating that the property owner, the bank is the final property owner. The city is the final property owner, a property in Mr. Reyes' district, and it looks like garbage. Weeds are 6 feet tall, taking over the sidewalk. But Mr. Reyes won't even have the courtesy to look at me when I'm talking. Your office can't do their job. We've called them, we've reported it, they say they're going to do it. It's not been done. We want that yard to look like your head. Nice and short and clean. Okay? But the weeds are so... They just told him he could stand here. Okay?
Can you hold his time, please?
What's going on here? You just said he could...
Johnson, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I asked Mr. Carrion, hold his time.
You gotta pay attention.
I'm okay. No, Michael, stay on your topic, okay?
All right. But Mr. Reyes' office can't clean a yard. Maybe the city attorney ought to talk to him. Let's get back to Mr. Buscaino and Mr. Huizar. The Soto Street retaining wall, $1 billion project. It's not on the agenda again. Mr. Buscaino, maybe he knows why it's not on the agenda again. I talked to him. He said, oh, yeah, well, something X, Y, and Z. His office, the gentleman over there that was picking his nose, can't even give me a straight answer of why. I don't know. It's because it's not there. It's disgusting the way the city's run. Mr. Huizar ought to stand up for this wall against Mr. Buscaino and do something about this. You're waiting till it falls and kills somebody. Okay? You open liquor stores, but you complain about marijuana. I don't understand this. There's a wall that needs to be done, and you need to get off your butt and do something about it before somebody does die. Because when they do, please don't stand here and say you're sorry. This is disgusting. 8 years, and you haven't done shit about it.
Thank you. Come on, Michael. Yeah, but you've never done that before. Michael, I'm just telling you because I know you. You've never done. Try to refrain in the future. Mr. Reyes?
Council President, a point of clarification. Typically, we get information and interpretation of facts that is convenient to someone who's very angry. But the fact is, my staff works really hard. We cleaned the majority of the lots. The last lot that was not cleaned was unsafe because they found needles and other debris that was dangerous to the workers. So that last piece was not done. Now, when this gentleman calls my office, he's yelling, he's screaming, he's disrespectful. Perhaps he should go to charm school or go to anger management. Either way, it would help in the communication.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Garcetti, did you want to? You're on the queue. Okay. Now, come on, Michael. There's no exchange, but no exchange between the audience and the council. Miss Kennedy, followed by Louisa Manropoulos, and a name I can't make out. It's Shaggy or Shaky G or something like that. So, Miss Kennedy, you're up.
Yes, my heart is hardened. I worked 25 years with the Department of Defense, and I thought I've seen politics, but not like as I did today. It seems like Menora Parks has thrown the 103rd Manhattan Place community under the bus.
Mr. City Attorney, that item was already discussed.
Right.
Can she
I just...
You can't speak on that item.
I cannot tell you that...
Brown Act.
We're basically filing an injunction tomorrow, and I didn't think that it would go that far, but if that's the games that is played here, then we will play them.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
This item was on the agenda. She could talk generally about the subject matter.
Mr. Herman, it's not your turn to speak. And you generally are a gentleman as well as Michael. Go on, Ms. Kennedy, but you cannot speak on this item. Okay. So go on and finish with your time.
Well, basically, I'm here for the elderly community. My mom bought her place in the late 60s. I was raised in that community. We saw some members today, some that can't come, and the ones that passed on. So you go down there and you tell them, build this Empire State Building behind their homes. And I felt that someone here would hear our concerns, especially with the violations and the rules that are not being followed. This is my first experience, and I hope it's my last, because it's not pleasant at all. Not at all. And I have a good heart. The community has a good heart, and I'm sure the majority of you do too. But I see what's going on here. You know, pockets have been lined, and it's a shame. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have Louisa and in fact, are you Louisa?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Louisa Maropoulos.
Okay. It's your turn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you. I know today was a very difficult day, not just for you, but for us on the other side also. So thank you for your time. There's a few things I wanted to cover, so I hope I can do it in the time I have. Number one, on June the 2nd, I went to an event in Councilman LaBonge's district, and I have a handicap parking. Architect Moore staff actually stood in the street and denied me parking because they were holding the parking for the architect, which is, I thought, such a blatant disrespect of someone who has a handicap placard, and I have a legal handicap placard. So I'm not really happy about that. Thank you, Councilman Garcetti, for passing the, I don't know what you call it, but the thing about the people losing their homes. My mother is in a convalescent home right now, and she has stage 4 cancer. I have not been able to talk to Bank of America or Chase in regards to her house, and it's going into foreclosure. They have refused to talk to me. So I don't even know what to do anymore as far as my mom's property is concerned. And Ms. Perry, she's in your district. She's on 50th and Long Beach. I'm sure that you've gotten a lot of complaints about the blighted house. My mother was a person who always took a lot of pride in her house and picking up trash. And my hands are tied. Even though I have the papers from court that tells me that I can speak for her on her behalf, the banks have refused to talk to me, so now she's losing her house. My mother is considered destitute. She has nothing. So I think it's a shame that for someone who works so hard to have nothing. The other shocker I have was that I learned that Jose Segala, our neighborhood council president from Echo Park, and Mr. Bong Kim are going to be running for council office. These are people that never responded to complaints on neighborhood council, and I think it's a shame that they're doing it.
Thank you. Mr. Labange, Louisa, you may want to go over and chat with Mr. Labange. It's trying to signal you to come over where he is. Okay, I think this is Sydney G. Mirthra Diriksham, Chloe Lopez Radillo, Castro Garcia. Are you Castro Garcia? Lopez? Are you Lopez?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. 1013. I can tell you for the wrong permits for the give it to the doctors. The doctors they have again to go to the school, everyone. Again, for if any doctor they want to go to the one to give it permit for the marijuana, they have to go to the school because let me tell you. They come to the marijuana, they give it to, mix it to marijuana, they give it opio. They put it mixed opio. You know one virus? They cannot see, and like laser, they can see. There's cancer. How we can protect to the city, how we can protect to the counties, how you know, the officials, they want to win more money, no problems. Ask them for more money, for more ways, okay? No problems. But everyone stay over there in the chair, they have to know what for, and you working. You think so, and giving one cancer for each one, the United States is good. You think so that's good for protection, the young child for university, for college? You think so it's good? For giving, okay, the city or the county they give it, or the state they give it, the certificate. It's good? You working good? Come on. No certificate. And any doctor they want one certificate, he have to do. Go to the school.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, what's before the committee at this time? They called you earlier. Cheryl Ike-Lee. No, I was here when Mr. Labange called your name. No, he called. He asked me what the name was. I said, Cheryl, your name was in the first three. I'm sorry. I thought you had already spoke.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Cheryl Ike-Lee, and I live in the 4th District, and I'm a member of Occupy Los Angeles, and I speak for myself today. I've waited nearly 6 hours for these 2 minutes, so I would really appreciate it if I could get your attention. I came to you 3 weeks ago, and I told you that LAPD are arresting occupiers for chalking on the sidewalk. I told you about case law. I told you about penal codes from the state. I told you about how other people are able to chalk in this city and not get arrested, and not one of you stood up and did anything for us. And I believe because of that, the violence that the LAPD released on innocent, peaceful people at Art Walk could have been prevented if this council would have written a letter to the LAPD, would have called for a report, would have sent it to a committee, would have asked the city attorney to look into this matter. I realize none of you were there that evening. I was there that evening. LAPD was out of control. The occupiers remained peaceful the entire night. We worked to de-escalate the situation. We helped people who were injured, who were shot in the face with rubber bullets. We helped other people. We went in to try to help one man who was pushed, shot, kicked in the face, and then violently thrown on the ground with his face that had just been kicked with a skateboard into the cement and then violently arrested. We attempted to help this man, and the LAPD ran off the people that helped him and arrested him. My time is up now, but I'm not done with this. I need to know what I can do as a citizen of this city about this issue, and I need help now, not later. No more LAPD violence.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's the last general public comment card. Mr. City Attorney, where does that bring us?
Mr. President, that brings us to Special 1. I believe the City Attorney will speak to the findings.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to the recess, Council has not had an opportunity to introduce motions since July 3rd. Since then, the White House has expressed support for a moment of silence at this Friday's opening ceremonies of the London Olympic Games in memory of the 11 Israeli athletes slain at the 1972 Munich Olympic Games. Immediate action is required for the whole Council to express its support of the White House's position before this Friday. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Okay, let's vote on the findings. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, now let's actually vote on the resolution. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Forthwith on that item. That brings us where, Mr. City Clerk?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
They're posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Announcements? Okay, then everybody in the chambers rise for adjourning motions. I will start with stating that a dear friend of many of ours passed away, and his funeral was Saturday. We were not in session. I do think his family would still love to have adjourning motions from us, so what I would recommend is that there be an adjourning motion signed by 4 members, but have all members on the adjourning motion. It should go Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, myself, and Mr. Garcetti, and this is for Willis Edwards. So, Mr. Garcetti.
I'll just fill that in briefly as well. I know others will want to speak. Willis, our dear friend, a mentor, kind of an omnipresent figure in this city and in the national stage, somebody who was a friend of mine, a mentor and a constituent, who was born in Texas in 1946. He moved to Palm Springs shortly thereafter, where he graduated from high school, went to Cal State LA, became the first black student body president there. Went to Vietnam in the Army, was awarded a Bronze Star, and was injured. A landmine went off. Came back here, directed black student affairs at USC, then went on and worked on basically almost every campaign, was there with Robert Kennedy after working on that campaign the night that he was shot. Was an activist, known best for many things, but most notably the creation, I think, of the NAACP Image Awards and his work with Rosa Parks to incredible acts in which he elevated Ms. Parks, who was already a legend in history books, to part of modern history in the later part of her life. She became only the second African-American and the first African-American woman to lie in state in our nation's capital when she passed, and he coordinated that ceremony. He lived HIV positive at a time when a lot of people weren't talking about that, and as a national board member of the NAACP, he was able to bring programming to our communities of color in this nation in a way that saved lives. I know so many people, Ms. Perry, Mr. Parks, yourself, Ms. Gruhl, many of us around here visited him as he fought so valiantly. We all will remember the way that he would come to us, say a word, move us to the right place, push us forward, and he in some ways was the master choreographer. We love him dearly, and we'll miss him. Willis Edwards.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. To add to that, I just want to say that we certainly did lose a great leader and someone who was a mentor to a lot of us. I randomly met Willis when I was a graduate student in the East Coast, and I was looking to sneak into the Democratic Convention in New York at the time, and he was the big guy at the door, you know, checking people's credentials. And at first I was intimidated. I thought he had caught me and he's going to throw me out, and I couldn't show my face again at the convention. But he, in fact, gave me some great credentials. I got to go all over the place. That's the type of person Willis was. He wanted to help people. And I think he saw a young man in me that wanted to be involved, and he encouraged me. We kept in touch after that. And I remember the night of President Obama being elected. We were at the Democratic Party. And as they announced that he had won, Willis just happened to be the nearest person next to me, and I turned around, we both hugged each other, and it was a great feeling to know that I celebrated that night with someone like Willis, who worked so hard for civil rights, to have our first African-American president, and knowing that Willis had worked a lot to make something like that happen. It was just something very special for me that evening, and I'll miss Willis.
It's a good man. Anybody else on Willis? Miss Perry.
Just want to say that Willis was an extraordinary man and a unique individual who affected many people's lives and enabled many young people at the University of Southern California and all over Southern California to get an education. He had a tremendous homegoing celebration. I think Willis was at his height as he was terminally ill and imparting his wisdom and sharing his life experiences to the benefit of all who chose to visit him. And I think he would have enjoyed his funeral. It was a big one. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Betty White. She was 8 out of 12 children and a resident of South Los Angeles for over 54 years. She graduated from Thomas Jefferson High School in 1976 and worked with the Los Angeles Unified School District from 1983 to July 2012 as an educational aide in Holmes Avenue Elementary School and later as a cafeteria manager at Obama Middle School. She devoted her life to God and the local community as a member of the Challenge of Faith Church of God in Christ. She is the late sister of my field deputy, Loma White, and she was always involved in projects in the community. So for years and years and years, Betty helped pack toys for the annual Christmas toy giveaway, and she will be sincerely missed.
Okay, all members on that. Now let's go back to Willis for Mr. Zine and Mr. LeBon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I attended the memorial service on Friday evening, and it was a packed assembly, and the comments repeatedly of how he was able to finagle through the system. He talked about the Democratic National Convention and how he would check the passes, how he'd give out passes. Where there were no passes, he'd find passes. I met with him a number of times here in City Council. If he didn't like my vote on something, he was not resistant about telling me about that, but he was a man of great integrity, a familiar face here at City Hall. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. LeBon.
And then we look out to the pews here that are empty. Willis was always there on big issues. Willis was always there. He came in, he would fold his arms, he would signal his thoughts, he would communicate. God bless his memory, and we should all learn from his path.
Yes, and again, all members on that one as well. Mr. Garcetti.
Anybody else on Mr. Edwards?
No, we're moving on.
I'll be real quick. Karen Sue Brennan Stinn, a request that we adjourn in memory, passed away on June 30th, 2012. She was born in 1944 in Durango, Colorado. She graduated from Durango High School and thereafter studied dental science at UCLA before moving to Albuquerque, Santa Maria, and Scottsdale. Her professional accomplishments included managing several dental practices, being the first and very successful female saleswoman for one of Albuquerque's biggest car dealers, co-founding a jewelry store, and finally becoming Phoenix Valley's premier realtors. She's an avid collector of Southwestern traditional Mexican art with a particular knack for home decorating, which all of her friends admired greatly. Her zest for life, unyielding sense of style, compassion for others, and witty sense of humor were among her best attributes. She passed away at the young age of 68 and is survived by her brother James Casey Brennan, and her sons Richard Dino Bonaventura and Josh Ryan Stinn, and 3 grandchildren. I also ask that we adjourn in memory of Frank Pearson, who passed away this Sunday at 87 at Cedars-Sinai. Frank Pearson was a great writer and a great leader. When I came on as city council member, he was president of AMPAS, the Motion Picture Academy. And he was born in Chappaqua, New York in 1925, joined the Army in World War II, went to Harvard University, but then was a great screenwriter. Among the scripts that he wrote were Cool Hand Luke, and one of the most famous lines, "What we've got here is a failure to communicate." That was his. Good line for us here sometimes in these chambers. He won an Oscar for Dog Day Afternoon, Star is Born, so many other things. He was president of WGA twice and was 31st president of AMPAS from 2001 to 2005. And as he passed, he was still consulting and writing for shows like Mad Men and The Good Wife. He's survived by his wife, Helene, and his children, Michael and Eve, and 5 grandchildren. And finally, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Sally Ride, the great astronaut who died yesterday, July 23rd, 2012. Born here in Encino, she went to Westlake School for Girls. She was born in 1951, had straight A's but was bored in school until she met a teacher who got her excited about science and tennis. At one point she was ranked 18th in the nation as a tennis player. She went to Swarthmore on a tennis scholarship, but then transferred to Stanford and got into science, got her BA, MS, PhD in astrophysics. In the late 1970s, when NASA said, let's get some women out there and put an ad out, she just applied to a want ad. And about, I think, 3,500 people applied and only about 30 were accepted in the late 70s. She, in 1983, went up on Challenger, first American woman and third woman in history on June 18th, and the youngest person to ever go into space on STS-7, the mission. She went up a second time in 1984 in October on STS-41 and was due to go on a third mission when the Challenger disaster happened, and she served on both the Challenger and Columbia commissions that looked at what had happened. She then became a professor at UCSD and ran the California Space Institute at Scripps and started the Sally Ride Science Foundation, which got girls interested in science. And lesser known, she is survived by her 27-year-old same-sex partner, Tam O'Shaughnessy. I know Mr. Rosendahl would like to join with us in this, as we all would. Her mother, Joyce, her sister, Karen, and her niece and nephew. A great American Sally Ride.
Okay. At the suggestion of Mr. Labange, we're going to have all members on every adjourning motion unless you don't want to be on the motion. So all members on that. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. It's with great sadness I announce the passing of Alex Swetka, who passed away on July 17, 2012. He was born on October 15, 1917, and he passed away peacefully in his Mountain View home in California. Alex was born in Clairton, Pennsylvania. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1941 and as a radar man first class. Alex received an honorable discharge after serving for 6 years and settled in California. He tried his hand at various jobs, including door-to-door fuller brush salesman. Always trying to do better to better himself, Alex attended San Francisco State College, where he received his degree in education, but more importantly found his love for the game of tennis. Alex became a 5th grade teacher in San Francisco and taught for 20 years. While teaching, Alex met the true love of his life, Sally, and they were married in 1956. In the early years, the weekends and summers were spent playing tennis and running tournaments at Golden Gate Park. In 1966, Alex moved his family to Mountain View in search of a warmer climate and a larger space for a garden, another one of Alex's passions. He enjoyed his time working the soil and cultivating beautiful crops of fruits and vegetables that he shared with friends and neighbors over the years. Alex and Sally opened Swetka's Tennis Shop in 1969, and it became the hub of the Bay Area tennis community. With his crafty southpaw style, Alex pursued competitive tennis for over 60 years. He won local, national, and international tournaments that allowed him to travel around the world. He was a representative of the United States of International Senior Tennis for over 20 years. Alex's success on the tennis courts earned him over 70 USTA national championships, induction in the Northern California Tennis Hall of Fame, the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame, and a double gold Grand Slam championship in 2008. Alex was able to remain active, competitive, and inspirational, playing national tournaments as recently as May of this year when he was diagnosed with cancer. Alex and Sally were truly blessed to be part of the tennis community near and far, as their lives were enriched by all the friends they met along the way. He was a champion who lived a life of dedication and devotion to the people and hobbies he loved. We know Alex is playing tennis up in heaven. There will be a celebration of Alex's life at Cuesta Park on September 15, 2012. Alex is survived by his wife of 56 years, Sally McFaw Swetka, and his 4 children, Mary Swetka Yu, husband Michael Yu of Long Beach, John Swetka of Sunnyvale, Nancy Garcia, husband of Ricardo Garcia, and grandchildren Garrett and Alexis of Santa Barbara, Wendy Swetka, and grandson Alex Swetka, and great-grandson Jacob Swetka of Redding. He was an incredible man. Even past the age of 90, he was still playing tennis competitively. He was someone that many people looked up to and had a great heart. Thank you.
Okay, all members on that one. Mr. Buscaino and Mr. Labange, I see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's with great sadness that today I adjourn in memory of David Duran, who's a brother of my team member, Teresa Duran. David very sadly died after a courageous 3-month battle with cancer. David was a beloved high school teacher at El Rancho High School in Pico Rivera. When he wasn't teaching, he was at the baseball field watching and or coaching his kids. He worked hard many years to coach and help his daughter Samantha achieve her goal of playing softball at UCLA. He was a devoted father of 3 beautiful kids, Samantha, age 19, Sarah, 12, and little David at 9. David is survived by his wife, Janice, who was his high school sweetheart, his 3 kids, his parents, 2 brothers, 1 sister, and many nieces and nephews. Over 1,000 family members, friends, community members came together last week to celebrate his 42 years of life, and they were all wearing UCLA or Dodger attire, and that's how he would have wanted it. And just, I know Teresa's listening. Teresa, just to let you know, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with you during these tough times. We love you. We're thinking about you, and just know that your team, your family here at CD15 are here for you. And may David Duran, may you rest in peace.
All members. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, members, I ask we adjourn in memory of R.C. Owens, who was a great San Francisco 49ers in the NFL alley-oop. I knew him along the way in my relationship with the NFL, and he was always a positive guy. After he played, he was part of the 49er organization. Also, in the time that passed, Mary Reagan, the mother of Kevin Reagan, our great Assistant General Manager of Recreation and Parks, she was preceded in death by her husband, Michael Reagan, who was retired LAPD and was the one Homeland Security officer before we had Homeland Security for the CAO and the Civil Defense. But Marjorie Reagan had a beautiful celebration of her life out at Forest Lawn, which I was able to attend, and his family loved her, and we send condolences to Kevin and his family. Also, a former resident of Toluca Lake who moved down to North Carolina, Andy Griffith, who we all know and love. God bless Andy in his memory. And another great guy who called John Farrell once, and then John told me, go up to his house on Mulholland and fix his potholes. That was Ernest Borgnine. And Ernie was great. He was also recently, last year, in his new book out at the North Hollywood Branch Library, talking about his life story, but the great Ernest Borgnine. But sadly, all those people lived a rich life. But this was a sad one here. Gus Duppy, August Gus Duppy, who was a 4th grader at St. Brendan's Elementary School, and he got cancer, and the whole school fought for him. And they fought for him, but God took him early. They had a celebration of his life at St. Brendan's, which was packed. He's survived by his parents, as well as his brothers and sisters and countless friends. So we adjourn in a memory of a young man who's up in heaven, August Gus Duppy.
All members. Mr. Zine.
President Clinton Eric Erickson passed away July 11th, commonly called Eric. Exceptionally honored and moral man, born and raised in Kansas, traveled the world as a U.S. Marine pilot in service to his beloved United States of America. Served in both World War II and the Korean War. Career of service continued after the military as a member of the Los Angeles Police Department. After retiring from the LAPD, had a 20-year career working at Lockheed Burbank, part of a payroll process team, where upon retirement he was able to give time volunteering at Kaiser Hospital in Woodland Hills and enjoyed many social events with his friends from LAPD and Lockheed. Buried with honors from the LAPD, laid to rest next to his beloved wife Mary, who preceded him in death, and also his brother Carl preceded him in death. Courageous man who made a life of service. He was a great man who will be missed by all who knew him. May he rest in peace. Survived by a brother Leroy, a sister Eleanor, loving daughters Linda and Carol, sons Clint and John, many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. He attended Mass at St. Bernardine. I'm a Eucharistic minister and frequently saw him at the 7 a.m. Mass. May he rest in peace. Clinton Eric Erickson. Also have a journey motion for Willis Edward Veluz Abraham, born June 24, 1970 in Oakland, California, passed away on July 11th, a son of Wilhelmina Marie and Neville Victor Abraham Jr., named for his uncle, a fallen Tuskegee Airman, Willis Edward Moore, learned to ride his first bicycle at the age of 4 from his big brother, Toby. Growing up, he was often spotted in the neighborhood town of Berkeley with his riding posse. Attended El Citros High School, where he served as student body president, graduated with honors in 1988, went on to attend college of his dreams, UCLA. Very active on campus as a member of UCLA cycling team, director of the popular jazz and reggae feast, elected to student council and cultural affairs commissioner his senior year. Fellow student Melissa Velez began dating during this time, graduated from UCLA in 93 with a BA in English, and the couple would marry in September 95. In 1994, began working for 21st Century Insurance in Woodland Hills, where he was promoted several times, was supervising claims adjuster at the time of his passing. Adventurous couple, balanced their chai with climbing the Great Wall of China, strolling in Paris, broke bread with families in Philippines, gazed upon awe-inspiring temples in Thailand, felt the mist of the rainforest in Puerto Rico, even chilled with Mickey and Minnie Mouse. The salsa dancing was an enormous part of their lives as they danced their way around the world. Very involved with his wife's folk arts cultural dance group, served as stage manager for concerts, road trips, and he was a Kung Fu practitioner. One of his greatest loves was church, Our Lady of Peace in North Hills. Worked tirelessly at the parish until he was called home. He and Melissa coordinated many programs at the church, but his first love was his family. Once said he was hardwired to take care of his wife and children, loved his sons, age 5, Ajani and Asane, age 5 months. Look forward to bringing them up to share his love in bikes, travel, and dance. The person always felt better after being in his presence, no matter how brief that time was, because of his humility, humanity, and warm hospitality. Services will be held at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 26th of July at Our Lady of Peace, survived by his wife, Melissa, and their sons. May he rest in peace. And my final journey motion, Nicholas Chico passed away July 18th, began his career at the County of Los Angeles Flood Control District at the age of 20 in 1946. After 39 years of dedicated service, retired from the County of Los Angeles, and all the accolades he deserved as Assistant Director, Administrative Service Division, Los Angeles County Flood Control District, coached and officiated youth sports, and in 1969 was the recipient of the inaugural Volunteer of the Year Award from the City of Commerce. Years later, the young man, Nick Coach, noted that a profound effect he had on their lives. Nick not only taught them how to play, but taught them life lessons, and they considered him a surrogate dad. In retirement, volunteered at the LA Police Academy for LAPRAC, Los Angeles Police Reform Athletic Club, where his wife of 19 years, Barbara Jin, is manager of retail operations and worked with the founders of the world-renowned Baker de Vegas Challenge Cup Relay, hosting law enforcement agencies from around the world in the Baker de Vegas run. Also played tennis, loved La Mirada Tennis Club, which he headed for 10 years, organizing the prestigious Don Knabe doubles tennis tournament, which raised money for the community. Survived by his wife, Barbara, a daughter, Terry, son, Nick, a daughter-in-law, Tina, a daughter, Anna, son-in-law, Chris, 6 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren, his brother, Mike, and Mike's wife, Tony, 2 stepsons, John, and wife Lori and Bill. Also leaves behind many other family members and friends whom he loved dearly. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And I'd like to adjourn in the memory of an uncle who played a very important role in my life, Randall Peter Wesson. And that's about all I can say. I would not get through it. But anyway, I want to adjourn in his honor, his memory. Any more adjourning motions? Members, this council meeting is adjourned. Finally.